nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, young Galt. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era faded, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living free. Now they zone out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had them wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young Galt. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain, now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, young Galt. For those of you that did not see me the other day on the Chris Haskins show, I gotta replay this. I love hearing this.
So, I appreciate John totally because John was keeping it real, first of all.
That was whew.
And John is
raw.
clearly in a very
You know what he said? He said that was raw.
keeping it real, first of all.
That was whew.
And John is clearly in a very different market than most of us. I'm in Atlanta, and a lot of people might think that, Atlanta is a market that
That's enough of that. I just wanted to hear her say, boy, John was keeping it real. John was keeping it real. What's up, BeBrave? We're going to keep it real today, Brave.
All right. And by golly.
Yeah, as always, Brave. You know we're going to keep it real. Oh, Brave, I don't know where we should start. I was talking to you on the phone yesterday and today, this morning. I said, boy, the lines, the Izzy bands, the blacks, they really are kind of at each other's throats. The Anton Daniels, Izzy bands, Angry Man blacks, kind of the Empty Man blacks. They're following the leader of Anton, and then there's the Sharon Braces and the Freezies of the world, who find themselves independent and able to speak a little bit freer about some of these things. And the Sharon Braces sound like John Galt. The way he talked about Izzy Brave, as I was telling, he sounded like John Galt. He criticized the hats, all that young boy dress and stuff like that. And it was amazing to hear Sharon Bracy say these things about Izzy. But I think Izzy has clearly shown that he's probably a little bit lower IQ. To me, he's a little bit lower IQ than Sharon Bracy. Brave. I know you kind of quibble with that, but he's very clear.
Well, I think they're both mentally ill, severely mentally ill. So, and I'm not saying that lightly. I think both of them have some severe mental illnesses going on. And so low IQ is certainly, could be a factor in some things, but in general, I look at them as both as just mentally ill individuals, confused in life, angry for no reason.
Go ahead. What you say? Angry for no reason, Brave?
Angry for no reason.
So, I told you I called you this morning, and I think someone commented on the video. I posted it on the channel. And so here's the video this morning. I got off the train coming back from Virginia, and I had the video at Brave because it dovetails in what Izzy said earlier. And we're going to get to Izzy. But look at this, Brave. This is in the ghetto. This is Congress Heights Metro Station, Alabama Avenue, Southeast DC. There's a road crew. I'm not sure what they're doing. Brave, you may be able to tell what they're doing. It's a road crew here. As you can see, it's all Hispanic, and right here is a Hispanic woman, the sign woman. You see that, Brave?
Yes.
Hispanic woman, sign woman. It's in the ghetto right here, Brave, Southeast DC. And you can see Hispanic workers everywhere. There's one down here at the end. There's 1, 2, 3.
You couldn't find a black man anywhere in the crowd?
Now, Warren Brave.
Son of a bitch.
Brave, this is the ghetto. This is one of the next most traveled streets in Southeast DC. Is Alabama Avenue. Is 2 blocks away from where I am. The bike that Omar recovered was found on this street, maybe about a block away here. So you see what the blacks are doing on Alabama Avenue, while the Hispanics, they're doing they're building the next generation, the next, wherever we're going from here. They're the ones that paving the roads and doing all these things, which brings you to Izzy Bands. And this is a clip up of some Izzy Bands, Brave, and I think you've heard it. And it really kind of shows you what a black mind is. And I want to dig into this with you, Brave. Listen to this.
Blacks have a hard time getting along. I'm including a video, even over such trivial matters.
This is the end.
The blacks. The
Oh,
black.
can I-
It
can
is
I-
not all.
And, again, I don't know if this guy's being obtuse or if black, no one's trying to this is bad.
But I think the number is significant. I've explained it on my channel. Again, I went to the apex of high unemployment.
You just did it again.
What?
When I see it, let them go though. Let them go. Go ahead.
My bad.
I went to there's something wrong in the poorest areas or not willing to work. I went into Popeyes today. Who works there? I want you to listen to this. Not willing to work. I went into Popeyes today. I don't eat Popeyes. But I went in there and I took video. Blow your mind. Who works there at the corner of Malcolm and Martin Luther King? It will blow your mind.
And this is going to be very interesting because I want you to watch how the blacks, they already know they've been defeated. Because I asked him, I said, well, who do you think works there at the corner of Martin and Malcolm in Southeast DC? Blacks all around, everywhere you look. Izzy and is willing to win, the Negro with the mask on, with the Black Lives Matter mask on. I want you to listen to their answer.
Before I get to let's hear their answer, and then I want you to look at this woman walking up the street, Brave.
These blacks know that they're defeated, but they get up here on the internet and put on a mask. Everybody do.
Up there, how you guess?
Hispanic people, go ahead.
Who you think, Willard?
Hispanics.
Brave, what does it tell you about where the blacks are, Brave?
Well, it doesn't. It just means blacks are in a place where they're poisonous to their own selves, and there's nobody to blame. It's just they're at the bottom, and they're going to be there probably forever. It looks like.
Does this tell you that they know that they're defeated? When they know,
No, I don't think they know they're defeated, John. I think a lot of them are so mentally ill and low IQ in large numbers. I don't think they understand the word that they're defeated. I think they're just thinking they're at the bottom because of as victims. So I mean, how can they be defeated? I mean, they're victims. Defeated, yes, defeated goes with victims, but they're not.
They know how defeated they are.
Blacks are the one group that can take the victimhood and still say there's no way that they're defeated. In other words, their egos are so split and bifurcated. I mean, they're crazy people. No, I don't think they think of themselves as defeated.
I would love to ask you, what does he think when he sees these road work Latinos? This is beneath the blacks. He's going to say that Popeyes is beneath blacks. And when you hear this, Brave, as a poor white trash bottom dweller yourself, and you hear a black say that there's some work beneath the lowest of the lowest blacks, what must you think, Brave?
Oh, it blows my mind. I can't. Among white trash people, we all fully understand that if we're not going to take part and jump in and grab everything it's worth, that you still have to get up and feed yourself every day. And to do that, there's jobs you take that there's nothing glamorous about them. They're just stupid, silly jobs. And well, guess what? You just do them because, it puts food in your mouth. So yeah, I cannot comprehend somebody in the bottom race, the worst performing race, talking about their bottom being beneath any work. That's my mind. That's mind-boggling. Yeah, it's mind-boggling.
It is mind-boggling, particularly when these black men are standing in front of the place of employment doing nothing. That blew my mind. It blew my mind that this is a black man who speaks to. Yesterday, he had 300 people in the audience, and this must be the prevailing thought of many of these blacks because they sit here and support him, and he espouses this type of foolishness. Listen, bro.
Jesus Christ, that's two blacks. Oh damn, look, these ones who just got their tongues. So watch. This is equal.
Before you go there, it's Hispanic people, correct?
Brad.
Okay.
Now, can I ask you a question? Why do you think that is?
Because so-called fast food places as a grown ass person that has real bills to pay is demeaning. And
There you heard it, folks. There you heard it. Now, okay, it's demeaning to who? To the guy that's an electrician, or a plumber, or a carpenter? What is demeaning to somebody who's standing on street corners begging for somebody to take care of them? Not necessarily strangers, but their family members. They have no place to live. They rely on others to feed them, and somehow fast food is beneath them. These are some sick fucking people, John. These are some sick motherfucking people.
They sick, bro.
This is Izzy Bands. Izzy Bands, supposedly a respected member of the community, talking that fucking stupid shit. He just did say that. You got to really replay it right quick. Just that little clip, that little piece.
So-called fast food places as a grown ass person that has real bills to pay is demeaning. And so-called Hispanic people that come here come from a lesser place where they don't have to pay as much. So they're used to working 20 of them at a lower place, pulling that money together and pulling that together. So, and they haven't been conditioned. They haven't.
Bro, you see these men just standing idly by?
Yeah. Yeah, these are the ones that the fast food's beneath.
It's right by the Popeyes, bro.
Yeah. No, only a black. That's what I'm saying. There's only one group of people that are psychopaths, that are suffering from this psychopathy. It's only one group. There's no other group that talks that silly about their bottom feeders. Every other group expects their bottom feeders to do what the fuck you can do. If you're not setting the world on fire, you just get the hell out there and do something. Not blacks. You just heard it.
What about teenagers? When I was growing up, Popeyes was a teenage job.
No.
Men were working there.
Sure. Well, that was days gone by when there were jobs everywhere for adults. Now fast food is a very real part of the employment sector.
Yeah,
everywhere I don't go to fast foods very often at all. But I'll guarantee you, when I do, I see adults in there working, white adults.
Yeah, I think.
And they still and they're not miserable. They're not rude. They're not pissed off because that's where they are. In fact, it looks like to me many times they're enjoying their work.
And so here's Izzy Bands again, giving not just.
Hold on. We got to remember, fast foods has up their pay. I know the pay is still low, but it's not like you're making $6-7 an hour. So go ahead.
And if you work there and you do a good enough job, you're not going to end up there. That's not going to be the ending for you, right?
You never know. It depends on the position and what you want. I mean, I don't know if you could actually say fast food is a launching point anymore. They're switching the economy around. They, as in the global elite, are switching our economy around to where fast food has become some accepted adult employment. So, to keep speaking of it as some sort of a springboard is kind of counterproductive and unrealistic.
Well, if you're 20 years old and you start out at Popeyes, right? You have nowhere else to go. You may, as you mature, you may decide to do something else.
Oh, yes, of course.
Right? And that, maybe the people that you met at the Popeyes will give you a reference at your next job, right? That could be possible. Someone may want to see stable work before they hire you. Yeah, if I saw someone working at Popeyes for the last 3 years, I'd rent to him. Because I said, damn, if he wasn't working at Popeyes for the last 3 years, he must be diligent about getting up going to work. Right?
Well, the service sector industry is so valuable now because of it's taking the place of real employment, and it's keeping people that still have some pride about themselves. It's giving them a place to work. But it doesn't matter of the service sector job it is, whether it's a teenager or an adult. But the fact that, the teenagers that are the fact that there's so many people, so many teenagers, black teenagers and black people that don't want to work at these places is mind-boggling to me, because that's all they're capable of doing.
I think part of it is they don't want to work there because they don't want to deal with their own people, their own brethren. Would you want to work at fast food? Would you want to work at that Popeyes fast food?
I think a lot of lazy ass people that are too lazy to feed themselves and rely on standing around. I don't think they think that far ahead on human behavior. John.
I think they would. I think the people that they think that you're saying that they would not want to work around, I think they're them people to the extent to where they just blend in with them. They know that I don't want to work with these people. I don't want to be serving these people.
Yeah, they are the people that they would say that about. So I don't know if that would enter into it for a lot of these people that are just goddamn fucking losers, man. I mean, just street standards. It's something.
This is Izzy Bands, and I want you to hear a little bit more of this, and then we're going to get into what I call the like, share, subscribe economy. And I heard something very interesting from Izzy Bands yesterday, where he's selling wrenches. I didn't know the blacks were selling wrenches, virtual wrenches. Were you aware of this, Brave? Did I say that? Where was the first time I seen wrenches for sale?
I don't know.
The hard one still.
Yeah, that's true. But wrenches, these streamer, I think it was a black channel. It's the first time I seen it.
Yeah, and Izzy offered a wrench for sale on his channel for $50.
$50 fucking dollars, man.
And I said, how many blacks that would buy that wrench or have wrenches in Izzy's channel have a real physical wrench? If they think this way about labor, what are the odds of these blacks having wrenches and tools? I think the YouTube wrenches are more valuable in the black community based upon what Izzy is selling them for than a physical wrench.
Yeah, well, not only that, but the wrenches that Izzy is selling is very valuable to the rest of society, because it's a barometer of how fucking mentally ill the black culture is, how dysfunctional the black culture is. When you can do a stream and sell your fucking wrenches for $50, okay, I get it if you were a Hollywood movie star and you started a stream, you might be able to convince somebody to buy a wrench for $50. But it's just a regular run-of-the-mill fucking half-wit like Izzy is, to sell a fucking wrench for $50 and to have people actually pay that money to get them. They've got each other bamboozled to where they're delusional.
Well, Brave, when there is no physical economy, there's no value for a wrench out here in Southeast DC. If I left a whole bunch of wrenches in my front yard, you think anybody will come by and steal them?
I don't know if they'd come by and steal them, but I could certainly see where, if there's a bunch of wrenches laying around, this old bottom feeder, if I'm walking by them and it looks like somebody's trashing them, I'm going, excuse me, you don't want those? A whole lot of white people would do just that. It's like, what, you're throwing those away?
I want you to comment on what you see on the screen right now.
A wrench set from 3/8 up to 3/4 inch wrenches. You're throwing that wrench set away? Yeah. What was you saying, John?
What do you see on the screen right here, Brave?
I see a bunch of black bums and a pathetic black woman wandering through that none of them want. None of them are interested in. Whereas
got her ass out.
If you put a white woman walking down there, and a slim white woman, all three of them would be dancing and doing headstands and everything else.
You think so?
Yes, I'm pretty sure of it.
And you look at this black woman.
It didn't even faze them.
Did he give one second thought, bro?
No.
Look, Brave.
Been programmed that.
Oh, this is good, Brave. I want you to listen to Izzy right here. He said, Brave, listen.
So, and they haven't been conditioned, they haven't been programmed, they haven't been socialized or socially engineered.
Okay,
Hold on, I'm answering you. Or socially engineered to believe in rugged individualism. That's why.
So now, if I go, so what Izzy Bands just said is that Hispanics have not been programmed to be rugged individualists. That's how they're able to team up with each other. And the blacks,
he is correct in speaking of programming.
Okay,
you're coming from a third world country.
Mm-hmm.
You're by the very nature of your existence a rugged individual. So for him to act like the rugged individual isn't in him, again, this is what I'm saying. These people are psychopaths. I'm not using that word lightly. They're nuts. They don't even care about what they're saying. They have no guilt about how foolish they sound. Rugged third world countries, that's all it is. There are no safety nets. You've got you can rely on your family for food, but real fast you learn you got to get out and do something to survive.
But Brave, you said something earlier to me on the phone. I said, damn, I never thought about it like this, Brave. And Izzy is speaking about programming. And he said the Hispanics have not been programmed. You said
engineered.
Okay, I got you.
Hold on, I'm answering you. Or socially engineered to believe in rugged individualism. That's why.
So now if I go to the car wash up the street on Martin Luther King, it's owned by Chinese, and the cars are washed by Hispanics on Martin Luther King. Mm-hmm. Car washing. This ain't like high-level business. This ain't software anymore. The Hispanics washing the cars for blacks. On Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue in Southeast DC, they fry the chicken for the blacks. The Ethiopians and the Arabs sell them the liquor. At what point, where do the blacks fit in this ecosystem of the economy?
And this is the question.
And that's what I asked Izzy. Like, what do you, if Popeyes is beneath you, washing cars is beneath you, you're not smart enough to do rocket science type of work. What do the blacks do?
That's what I'm saying. They're psychopaths. They have no fucking rhyme or reason to their thinking at all. And yet look at the following he's getting. He's getting people to pay him $50 for a wrench to be on his show, and he's up there. If he had to say that in front of a panel of thinking people, they would laugh at him before they responded. If they didn't laugh, they would have to stop themselves from chuckling so that they didn't appear rude before they responded to what he said. That's how silly what he's saying is. That it makes no sense, and yet he's offing it as some sort of a rock solid theory. It's amazing.
And you know, Brave, he says that blacks were programmed to be rugged individuals.
Yeah.
Where is it showing up?
That's what I'm saying. Nothing makes sense that he says.
Like, I don't get it.
Blacks are programmed to be rugged individuals while they're handed their food, their housing, their fucking heat, their medical care, and they're programmed to be rugged individuals. Where is the programming at?
It's not making sense. It's not adding up.
No, there's nothing. That's what I'm saying. They don't have to make sense. That's why the black culture is so despicable. It's disgusting. You got 70% of black people that don't have to make sense when they talk.
And this is very dangerous in that he's telling young blacks, and I want you to listen to him. I said, well, what are their alternatives? Sitting on the street. He said they could be doing something better sitting on the street. You don't know.
Listen to Izzy, man. And this is black thought.
In their own neighborhood. They don't street now. In this, okay, that is the other black and
they don't.
And there are plenty of teenagers.
Hold on, time out. But the problem.
And see, he's focused on adults again. And Popeyes. Say, hey man, you can't tell me that the problem is.
You're talking about a multifaceted problem,
yeah.
and you're trying to simplify it and put it as an individual. It's not quite that simple, right?
Well, tell me more.
So hold on for a second. So I can clearly explain it to you. Number one, so-called black people in America have been socialized, programmed, conditioned to believe in rugged individualism, meaning that it's all about me and what I could get in FU. I got to get mine. You got to get yours.
That's interesting. He says that blacks were programmed. Well, who were the programmers? And why are blacks so easily to be programmed? And I'm assuming that whites are.
And I would ask you that, why are blacks so easily be programmed? You agree with Izzy that blacks have been programmed.
We've all been programmed.
So, okay.
All groups have been programmed. This entire country is one big programming social experiment that still resulted in the place where we all live like gods. So if we've all been programmed and we all live like gods, for him to go ahead and try to separate the blacks as some sort of victims, again, it's insane.
But you were saying to me earlier, Brave, that the people that do in the program will
they took advantage of low IQ blacks. Yes,
you
they seen it a mile away. They said, we can do this. We can take black women that don't take care of themselves and turn them into beauty queens. So nobody gets to tell them the need to stay slim and feminine for the sake of their culture. Can't do that because it's politically incorrect. And then as a result, these horrible looking women have to be romantic with the very bottom of their race, which is many times literally low IQ. They're making children by the hundreds of thousands. These children are now making children. And so the people that want to keep the white race off of balance, they've seen this a mile away. They know what they're doing with the black race. I said it 4 years ago on CT's channel, probably one of the first ones to say it on CT's channel 4 years ago. Blacks have been weaponized in the USA, and people don't get it. I think more people are understanding that now. But 4 years ago, it was unheard of for somebody to say the blacks have been weaponized.
Once we get through this, Izzy, Brave, don't let me forget to ask you. We're going to talk about when should race be talked about with children, and this type of mindset. I don't think you can wait till your child is 18.
I know it. It's been forced. I know it. The people who engineer our society, Izzy, as in we're all programmed, have now forced people to need to talk to their children when they're very too young.
Yeah, very, very young. And I think for many people,
the line is so thin now. Used to be able, I'll wait to talk to him. It's fine. They're not gonna goof their lives up in the next 2 years. Now, nope. There's 1,000 things going on.
Yeah, we got to talk about that, Brave. Like, at what age would you be honest with your children about race? Listen to the mindset of this black. One might say it's dangerous to think like this.
Yeah,
work is beneath you, and you're at the absolute bottom.
Yes,
but this is the mindset that he's perpetrating.
How do you tell a young man that's 9 years old that heard this clip, a white person? How do you tell a young white person that this is nonsense without him thinking, wait a minute, but that's a black man saying it? It's like, hey, Dad, it seems like every time you tell me somebody's saying something that's ridiculous, it's a black person saying it. So it's becomes very tricky to talk about race to white kids now.
Yeah.
Because what you're doing is you're setting your white kids against the institution, the public school that's feeding them this crap that these people are untouchable.
Yeah.
So now you're entering your white child into a militant mindset, mild militant. Okay, don't make them say mild militant mindset. Now you've got to push the boundaries to where now you better damn well be very well on your toes, because you happen to talk to your child at such a young age now. You got to be real careful now. It's not like you get to talk to a 17-year-old and bumble your way through as a parent while the 17-year-old asks very good questions. Now you're offsetting complete negative engineering of our society to literally look at the black people as untouchable and they can do no wrong, and white people bad.
Yeah, I think, and that becomes very difficult because that same child could go to school and let the teachers and everybody know what you're telling him, although it very well could be relevant and pertinent to
talk to a white child like that at 9 or 10, and he goes to school and makes a mistake, he'll get himself beaten to where near death of his life.
Yeah, very, very.
If he tries to convey information that his wonderful parent told him, in other words, not only do you give your child the talk, you give your child the warnings. So you're giving your child warnings that the child now has to take serious. So you've got to put a sense of danger in your child's mentality. Child is the word here.
Brave.
You got to have him looking out for this group of people now.
Brave, if you were the father in this video, there's not a lot to be said here. Look at the white family here, Brave. You see the white family in the back?
Yeah.
Look at the little white boy. What do you say to that child when you get home?
What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When children now, white children now white people don't get it either yet. I don't think they understand it. I think there's a lot of stupid fucking white people that don't understand this picture, John. You see what? Yeah. Because they think, well, this is at a restaurant. No, look, you think if your child goes to school with blacks, they're seeing this shit all over the place. Your child is seeing all over the fucking place, fighting over nothing and fighting very violently over nothing.
Those are women.
Yeah, women. Which, good point, John. They're not seeing young black men fight. They're looking at the fairer sex act like animals in that race. So now the white young man gets to see the fairer sex in the black race acting like animals. And yet that white person is not allowed to think anything negative about black culture.
What does that white man tell his son or his wife, significant other, when they go home and they, the recap of what happened? That boy going to talk to mama.
How old did that kid look? Did he look 10, 11, 12?
I don't know how old he looked, Brave. Jesus Christ, look at these.
He got up and got out of there.
Yeah, they got the hell out of there. Look at the white folks trying to break it up, Brave.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like we take care of blacks like children. They're children. They're sick, adult children.
What do you tell that little white boy?
I want to see. I want to get him on the screen again. So I don't, because he might be sick. Okay, stop.
Look at him,
buddy. That's an 8-year-old kid. That's a 9-year-old kid.
He looks scared to death.
He does. That's an 8-9-year-old fucking kid. Son of a bitch.
Woo, Brave. That reminds me, Brave. I told you I was on the bus.
And you know what, John? If you don't tell him something, you know what he goes away thinking? All of humanity is that crazy. That's why you can't. He goes back. If he lives in an all-white neighborhood, he has this experience. He gets around black people, and he has this experience. Then he goes to public school, and they're telling him white people or why black people are crazy.
Brave, I want to show you something I saw on the bus before we get back to Izzy Bands again. The white people will have to start talking to their children. I told you about Brave on the bus. I said, I don't know how women ride the bus with their children. And just yesterday, I saw a woman on the bus with her children. It was nothing short of amazing. And this is a sister gal trying her best, it looked like, to raise her little baby on the bus in Southeast DC. And here is what it looked and sounded like, Brave. Behind me is a woman that just got on the bus, so she had to walk past this lady with a baby. She's motherfucker, I'll kill you, motherfucker. You don't know who she's talking to. And so the lady ended up sitting behind me, cursing into her phone. And look who's in front of me. And so this lady with the baby, they have these seats designated for the women with children, but the consequence of that is that all the crazy people have to walk past the women and children. You understand? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The women and children and elderly get to sit up front, which means that all the crazy people got to walk past the women and children and the elderly. That makes sense. That's how it works.
I'm surprised somebody hasn't complained about that.
Well, but that puts them closest to the bus driver so they can't scream for help, right? If someone gets to attacking them or something like that. So that's the way.
No, I'm saying I'm surprised the crazy people aren't saying, why, what's going on? I don't know.
There's no advocates for them. But so here's the bus. You bitch ass nigga, bitch ass nigga. You just behind me, bro. This lady sitting behind me, bitch ass. I don't know who she's talking to.
You trying to snatch my motherfucking purse?
Trying to snatch my motherfucking something.
Bitch ass
Bitch ass nigga. That's the lady with the baby. She's trying to, play with the baby and, do the motherly things that you would expect. But 3 or 4 seats away from her is a lady screaming, bitch ass nigga, I kill you, motherfuckers. And this is the environment that these people have created. So now you see why the buses are free. You understand why they're de facto free. Who's going to stop this crazy woman from not paying? And if you stop her, then you derail everyone else's commute, waiting for the police to come put her off the bus. She's not going to leave voluntarily.
And it would be constant.
And it'd be constant. No buses would move.
No.
You know what I mean? So this is the
take care of a problem in this block, and you'd have 10 more minutes, and you'd be calling the cops again. Every bus on the fucking route.
And so, imagine this woman. She's trying to be the best mother, and you can see it. Talking to the baby and doing the thing. Doing a little motherly thing, and 2 or 3 feet away from her is this black lady just out of her mind, insane. And this is I think the part that the blacks don't want to acknowledge exists, and this is probably why the Izzy bands of the world, they see Popeyes is beneath them and things like that. They don't want to ride the bus. They don't want to ride the bus with people like this. It's just one hell of a problem, Brave. One hell of a problem. So this is back to Izzy bands.
Wired for rugged individualism.
So-called black people in America. Now, that has been intentionally implanted into the psyche, into the mentality, and into the familiar system of so-called black people. That's number one.
What the hell did he just say, Brave?
Well, it's crazy because rugged individualism is a fucking is something that I've been laughing at as an engineered phenomenon for almost my entire adult life, because I know it's bullshit, because our country runs on the collective as a foundation. We keep the mobs off the street. So when he's talking about the blacks being the victim of this rugged individual programming, it's absurd. In other words, the rugged individualism that people are programmed with is get up and go to work for yourself. And he's acting like they've been rugged individualism. They've been like somehow to they just can't fit in anywhere. They're so individual that they don't fit anywhere. What he's saying doesn't even make any sense.
Well, he's somewhat on to something, Brave. Blacks are very individualistic. Again, he's a very low IQ person.
Yeah, that's why I said they can't fit in with anything. Well, that's how individualistic they are. It's a sickness now.
Well, in my opinion, Brave, it's an IQ problem.
Of course.
These people are not able to, do the most simplest of tasks. I played a video of the piss guy and one of my black female tenants. She's a fairly attractive tenant. They were arguing over egg. One egg. That she had gotten an egg out of his carton, mistakenly thought it was her carton of eggs. Again, people have 2 cartons of eggs. They can put their heads together to share some eggs. And now they're fighting over a generic egg by mistake. And on it goes. Izzy Bands even mentioned, he said, I don't have a team here. I'm a one-man band. They can't form teams in any element of society. They can't live together. I've shown you that. There are plenty of videos where the son steals the rent money.
Yeah, but that's not rugged individualism. That's sociopath. That's being a sociopath.
Right. So rugged individualism might work if you're willing to be rugged and individual and work.
Yeah, if you actually work.
But you're still going to have some cooperation.
Yes.
You're not going to be able to be solo rappers. Yeah. And basically, these blacks want to be solo rappers in a world where the Hispanics and everyone else, they're kind of teaming up to make a go of it.
You have to. That's why I say we're all collectivists, because if we all fucking came down in a plane in the wilderness, the 10 people that survived are going to get together to survive.
That's correct.
You can't get around that. That's human nature. So we're born collectivists. We are born socialists. So for him, So it's for him to talk about they've been programmed to be rugged individuals. No, they've been programmed to be antisocial, you dumbass.
And that's more or less what it seems to be.
Yes.
And that these people are antisocial.
Because if you're a rugged individual and you're actually making your way, that's what I'm saying. Me saying that will tell somebody we're all socialists, stop, don't talk silly. To a hardcore rugged individualist, I'll say, you know what, though, bless your heart, because you're making your way, Big Daddy. You're making your way, and that's a good thing. I'm not putting anybody down for it. But they're antisocial. That's what he's talking about.
I think he's confusing the words. That he's not a rugged individual. He's just antisocial.
Yeah, he's nuts. They're nuts.
The second
Here's the second
thing is this. We all know good and God doggone well that if you're a grown ass person working by yourself and you work 2 Popeyes jobs, that you don't.
Hey, notice, as I said, he jumps right over the teens. There's high teen unemployment among black children as well. Many of these black teens that hang out in front of the Popeyes, again, should be in there working. And I asked Izzy Man that point.
Don't earn enough money to be able to sustain yourself and to be able to take care of yourself and live a decent lifestyle. You said it yourself.
Right there, John.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
What he's saying is, is if you're a bottom feeder, you're not going to sustain yourself in a high fashion. He's talking like, since you can't sustain yourself in a high fashion, don't do it at all. This motherfucker's crazy.
Right.
It's like what he's saying. It makes no sense at all. If you're at the bottom and you got 2 jobs, you can feed yourself and house yourself. Excuse the fuck out of me.
Hell yeah. And one of the things you notice, Brave, is he keeps saying, if you're an adult and you work 2 jobs, well, that first off, you're not going to work 2 Popeyes jobs. Sorry. You may work 2 jobs, a full and a part-time. But if you're working a full and part-time, you're going to make it.
Well, right? These days, John, the global elite have our country so service sector oriented that I can picture somebody having 2 part-time jobs. Easy.
I can see it as well.
Yeah.
And if you are willing to do that, you're going to make it.
Yes.
You're going
to keep yourself warm, fed, and there's a good chance you'll be able to buy yourself an insurance policy in case so you don't go broke with a health care bill if you break your arm or your leg.
Well, here's the thing, Brave. Healthcare is free in D.C.
Well, for who?
That's the thing. But if you're poor, it's free.
Well, yeah, if you're poor, it's free all over the country.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And in D.C., if you're working Popeyes, it's free, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
so there's no excuse to say, well, I'm going to lose my health care.
Well, silly me, I was talking about 2 part-time jobs that actually took you out of the poverty range.
Well, he's saying 2 Popeyes. Well, if you work 2 full-time Popeyes jobs, if you took him at his word, that's 80 hours a week.
Part-time, yeah.
Well, yeah. But if that's 80 hours. Let's just say you work 60 hours at Popeyes.
Yeah.
And at $20 an hour, that's $1,200 a week.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
You can make it there. But you notice one of the things he says, though, Brave, is he says this. He's going to qualify it by saying this.
I make that point to him.
Money to be able to sustain yourself and to be able to take care of yourself and live a decent life.
You said it? Decent life. What's decent?
That's what I'm saying. That's where the problem is.
Right.
They've got that so fucking inflated, they're out of their fucking minds.
Yeah. And this is
it's a bottom feeding 2-bit loser. And I think a lot of it, my opinion, has to come from the fact that even at the bottom, I was still getting the attention of pretty nice, pretty feminine women. But you know what? As a bottom feeding 2-bit loser, I always felt very comfortable just making ends meet. It's not something that destroys your psyche.
Yeah, these people will only work if they are able to live what he says a decent living, and decent is relative. And for him, I imagine it includes a lot of fancy, watches and hats and stuff like that. Well, you probably won't be able to live like that if you're only making a little bit of money.
And when I was a bottom feeding 2-bit loser all my life, and had to scrimp and save for every savings I did, and the new pickup I drove was a little brand new Ford Ranger 2009 that I kept, or before that I would drive hoopties. there was no work. I was not worrying about impressing anybody.
I think these people,
That's their problem.
Yeah, I
look at the blacks that I've heard say. The one guy that was really funny, he was a warehouse worker. He called his, and a lot of them do it. When you hear a black talking about I'm in logistics, they're a fucking warehouse worker. But they can't say warehouse worker.
You ought to ask them. Well, since you're in logistics, young man, tell me about throughput, lead time.
Yeah, route time, lunch time, coordinating lunches and breaks with a fucking truck driver down the fucking road, man.
He may know that.
No, he's not. They're into picking a goddamn order and doing a check mark on an order and putting it in a basket. But he's in.
There's nothing wrong with it.
No, there's not.
We both work warehouse work.
I loved it. I did it I did that after I got out of the filth of the electrical trade, because it's fiberglass and gypsum, even in new construction. I said, nah, to hell with that. I'm not putting my lungs through that for that money, and it was good money. I went right to warehouse. Some manufacturing, but right to warehouse. Bam.
I had a black man. I had an older black man call me yesterday, and he says he works at Walmart overnight stocking. Says an easy job. $20 an hour, Walmart overnight. That would give him time to work some work during the daytime if he so chose, right? But these aren't hard jobs,
No,
you just got to be willing to do them.
Yes, they're not even dangerous either.
Yeah, they're not even dangerous.
The warehouse work is a lot of times it's very clean. If you have to unload a truck, you might want to wear a dust mask. But other than, and that's only just slightly, but no, there's 1,000 things a bottom feeding loser does now. That's the beauty. One of the beauties of the service sector economy is the jobs are pretty clean.
Yeah. This ain't like going down in a coal mine. That is for sure. You can leave to work and go to a bar.
Yeah.
And here's Easy Band some more.
Stop. You said it yourself. That even in DC, in the quote-unquote slums, the average place is at least $450,000 or more. We know that at a Popeye's job,
But what he fails to realize is that most of the blacks do not own homes. They're renters. Many of them is, but they don't. Yes. It's blacks.
And you happen to get 40 hours a week, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's $20 an hour, $40 a week. That's $800 a week before taxes. But after taxes, we understand that $800 is more like $550 after taxes, medical, whatever the case, insurance, whatever the case may be.
Again, he misses the point again that most of these blacks that live in DC work.
Only earning about $2,200 a month.
That's $3,200.
Taxes.
It's $3,200. Oh, after taxes. Okay, go ahead.
But hold on. Versus nothing.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, what is he saying here? This is what's ridiculous. What is he saying? Just stop working?
Well, he's going to say that the blacks hanging out on the street corners have better alternatives. Those are better alternatives than working in Popeyes.
No, he can't be stupid enough.
I'm talking shit.
He can't
get there. We're going to get there. Listen.
Jesus.
Two versus nothing. See, I'm contrasting him versus the man who's not doing anything, the unemployed. He's saying it ain't worth it to go make $2,200 when you can make nothing.
There's not much that you can do with that as far as being able to live and sustain a proper lifestyle by yourself. You know that.
Now notice he keeps qualifying.
Yeah.
Decent,
which
proper.
Keeps kicking his point in the teeth, because by yourself, it's much easier on $550 a week.
Mm-hmm. This is the black mindset on display.
It's
right
crazy.
Here.
That's what I'm saying. He's talking about $450,000 homes. Okay, well, since you can't have that, what do? You just say fuck it and be a bum.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
That's what he's telling the blacks. This is what he's telling his blacks in his panel. This is on his channel.
And here's
now
the
what?
sick part about it: where these blacks live that are bums and low IQ and idiots, there's houses sitting empty in there that they could get for nothing from the goddamn cities and in tax sales.
Mm-hmm. And so here's
so much for being the only price you can find is a $400,000 home. No. The beauty of being a black person is you should be able to go to where your blacks live, and guess what's going to be there? Vacant homes that somebody will sell you, if not on land contract. You got a tax sale. Hell, the city might give the motherfucker to you for $10.
Brave, but here's the thing: in a city like
Good
DC,
luck trying to fix it up and leaving your tools there.
here's the thing in a city like DC, what he does not understand and what the blacks are facing is that there are foreigners here. The blacks don't want to buy in their neighborhoods. They don't want to own businesses in their neighborhoods. The foreigners will. The blacks don't want to work at Popeyes. Well, Popeyes just ain't gonna close down because the blacks gonna still consume Popeyes. So they bring in foreigners. This is what he does not understand. This is the point he's missing. So as the foreigners take this lowly work, as Izzy Band see it, they're elevating themselves above these blacks who are not doing anything. Correct? Just by virtue of working, doing something. You can't tell me that that's not better than the blacks doing nothing. They're standing right in front of Popeyes.
He's making the case for people that won't work. Mm-hmm. So what you do when you're making a case for people that won't work, there's no case to be made other than to start with, they have a mental issue going on at this time.
It's so wrong.
Something's wrong with you don't get to talk about the perfect life so there's no carrot for them.
Yeah.
You realize how many people are fucking working at these do nothing jobs and are doing it and they're loving it and they're appreciating it because they're healthy enough to understand I need to at least feed and house myself.
Or they're gritting their teeth and bearing through it because they got children and bills and responsibilities, right?
That's why I say even if they're gritting their teeth, they're appreciating it because even if it's a stepping stone, that's a stepping stone they got to step on.
They got bills and things like that. If we got a young man want to come up, you may want to talk to Brave. What's up, Brave? Hey. What's up, Jay? What's up?
How you doing, John? How you doing, BeBrave?
Hey,
BeBrave, where you been at? What happened to your channel?
I told you, man. Hate speech got knocked off, banned from YouTube. Hate speech.
They hate, man. They hating on the truth, man.
No, it's dangerous. The truth has gotten many a men destroyed.
Hey Jay, what do you think about what Izzy
to be banned from YouTube is the very least of it?
What do you think about what Izzy's saying here to young blacks, saying it's far better for you? And you're gonna hear him in a minute. He's gonna say it's far better to just hang out on street corners. He's gonna give some things that they could be doing out on the street corners, just a better alternative than working at Popeyes. And again, he's speaking to 50 or 60 people at this time in his audience, and they thought that Izzy was telling the truth here. He's cooking. And this is the mindset in the black mentality, in the black community,
You know what?
Work is beneath it.
One friend actually, he called me yesterday before I was about to go to work. And he said this dude at his warehouse said he 31 years old. He said he be hanging out on the corner, man, selling smugs and stuff. I'm like, are you 31 years old being proud of that? I'm like, you too old for this. I'm like, you not, and you got a job too. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's just, me, it's just a very sad, pathetic mentality, man. Just dragging down the community. I mean, day after day, you know what I'm saying? It's bad.
Yeah, it is really something. And again, I'm fairly new to YouTube, and I didn't know this mindset existed in the level, like beyond the street level. I can see street guys saying, man, I ain't about to work at Popeyes. That's understandable. I see that all the time. But to see someone like Izzy Bands who's speaking to presumably, halfway intelligent blacks and espousing not working, even as lowly as Popeyes, being unemployed would be a better alternative. That blew my mind. I don't know what you think about it.
Yeah, that's bad. I mean, as far as Popeyes go, I mean, everybody know how that is, you know what I'm saying? You go in, you see them standing around, you know what I'm saying? Ain't y'all supposed to be making the food? They just be standing around on their phones or hanging out on a lot of stuff. It'd be like, at least 15, 20 of them. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
in the
Sometimes I'm
Popeyes
gonna be
one,
honest,
mm,
I don't even want to go in there sometimes. Like I'm not trying to be scared or fun, but sometimes I just kind of don't want to go in
Oh
sometimes.
yeah,
But
it's
I'm
not even
like,
a matter of being scared. It's just a matter of being around such a large amount of negative energy in life.
I
yeah,
tell you this, Brave, and Jay, I'm gonna tell you this. You know why I quit eating at Popeyes, bro? Or fast food. Beyond the health was very, very important.
Yeah.
I went to the people that work there. I'm like, shit.
I know it.
You think I'm about to eat from this person who just left this room in look a trash heap?
The few times that I eat fast food, I have to when I see, I have to look, and I'll guarantee you, if I hear where I moved from was a larger metro area, and if I would see blacks working in there, I'm going, no, never mind, because these days it's the old blacks are hating whitey so much, and I look like an old goddamn redneck. It's like, yeah, no thanks, I ain't chancing.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, man. Like, anything, let's just say, somewhat meticulous,
which is sickening because at times, hey, nothing like a goddamn fucking chicken drumstick from Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's just fun. But no,
let me tell you, Brady.
The one that was by me, I couldn't go to. I had to drive to another one. If I ever went to one, it wasn't going to be that one. Blacks working there. The fucking window was greasy. The fucking takeout window was greasy. Always, I'm going.
You know what I'm saying, Brady? Like, it's the little things. You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to ingest something, right? Like, I want to know that you at least gave a damn. You understand? The same way if I hire you to put my roof on a higher level, I want you to be a roofer through and through. I don't want you to be a halfway content creator, halfway roofer. I want you to talk roofing, nails, shingles. You know what I mean? From my experience, and there are some exceptions, blacks just aren't into work like that. The way I remember when I commented the way you and Ryan were going back and forth on what's stronger, nails or screws.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys aren't roofers or whatever the hell you be using those kind of fasteners for. But blacks just aren't that meticulous about these type of things. That's why you don't see very many black bike mechanics. Things that you'd have to be meticulous about. And if you get down to the food level, are they really going to give a damn about your food being proper temperatures? Making sure it's sanitary. I don't think they give a damn. That's one of the reasons why I won't allow them to prepare my food. I don't think they give a damn enough where it matters in something like that.
That's true. I guarantee you that suspicion is not unfounded. I mean, they do everything else so half-assed. Why would you want to do working with your food?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And if their mindset is they look down on work, which means they're going to be in Popeyes if they're there begrudgingly, right?
Yep.
Well, the odds they're going to do a great job. Like, This is Izzy Band. Would you want Izzy Bands down on this look, serving you food at Popeyes with this mentality?
Yep.
I think the answer will be no. And this is why when I asked Izzy Bands and the other man willing to die or whatever the hell his name was, willing to live, who do you think works in the Popeyes? They both said instinctively Hispanics. They knew. I think when you know that your race can't compete, as they just both said, like you either got to admit it or hide it. And Izzy's come up with some grand excuses to hide like black dysfunction and their inability to compete with these people who come here from the third world. The other day, Brave, I had two people call in. An African who called his parents and got $1,600 like that. A 54-year-old American black, born and raised in the greatest country in the world, couldn't come up with a couple $100. She called all her friends and family. Her son had already ripped her off for the rent. That's why she was calling me. And these people are really, they're behind the Africans. Izzy's acknowledged they're behind the Latinos. It would seem to me they're behind the Africans as well. Is that fair?
Well, what's sad about it is there's nothing to do at this point but for somebody like Izzy to speak in the manner and of blacks are just completely dysfunctional. but he's dead set, and him and his ilk are they're dead set on somehow blaming somebody else for it.
Yeah.
It's
And
amazing.
listen to this, Brave. I'm gonna let it play.
That is basically the poverty line in America. Living in a city like DC, that's the poverty line. $2,200 a month.
So if you make less than that, then you really in this severe poverty.
Bring it home is the poverty line. Go ahead. Yeah.
So,
and I was being extremely, hold on real quick. Let me just point out, I was being extremely generous by saying $200 an hour. I mean, excuse me, I was being extremely generous by saying $20 an hour. Go ahead.
DC's minimum wage, I think, is 20, maybe upwards of $20 an hour, maybe 21. I'm not sure. But most of the people that call me get paid about $22 an hour, give or take. Because I asked them how much you get paid. But I think if you don't have the ecosystem to work at Popeyes, the young men that are hanging around across the street, and in some cases right in front of Popeyes, they're not willing to work Popeyes for whatever reason, right? But the Hispanics are. And you can't tell me that the Hispanics are not benefiting and the blacks are getting lower by not willing to even do the menial work right there in the neighborhood. What's the minimum wage in DC?
$17.
So at this point, he's pulled up the minimum wage to make an even further point. He's like, John, you saying minimum wage $20, it's really $17, which is more of a reason not to work. This is what he's saying. He's proving me wrong because I said the minimum wage is about $20. Again, that's the minimum wage. That doesn't mean everybody starts off there. Every company doesn't start out at the minimum wage. But he's saying minimum wage is 17. Who the hell gonna work for $17 an hour?
That's still for somebody who has absolutely no skills at all. 17 an hour is still something that you can't sit there and speak negatively about that.
Brave, you know, one of the things that's happening here, Brave, what he
even
does
if it's entry level, and you've got a brain that ain't all that sharp, so you may be stuck at entry level for years.
One of the things that he doesn't understand here is that the city government is raising minimum wage so high that most blacks aren't even worthy of a minimum wage. Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about that. You set the minimum wage higher than the blacks' capabilities, then a lot of them are not going to be able to work. Correct? Huh? If I set the minimum wage at $35 an hour, how many blacks are going to be worthy of $35 an hour? How many?
Well, it's I think you'd still have the ones standing around saying, since I can't buy an $800,000 home on that, I don't want it.
Because one thing, the higher you set the minimum wage, you're going to draw in people with capabilities that are going to take some of these lower minimum wage jobs. And in other words, they're going to be competing with the
17. The 17 already did that with the Hispanics.
Right.
They said, fuck, I'll take that.
Hell yeah.
They're coming from a country where it's fucking hard ass living, and they're lucky to get probably $6 an hour or $5.
Now, what you're going to hear is Izzy Man's really display he doesn't know the way the world works. I want you to look. He's already said the minimum. He's discounted $20 an hour. Says $17. Damn show ain't worth working for. Wow, many people, as I told him, don't make $17 an hour. They make about 22, 23. And so listen to what he says.
For non-tipped employees, it's $17.95 per hour. For tip, minimum wage is $10 per hour. So try again.
No, I said this. I don't know exactly. I said it was close to about 20, but as I said, most of the people that call me, they're looking for rooms. They're making about $23 an hour.
Okay, let's use that. We don't even have to go that far. Let's just use the $20, which is fair. They're saying $17.95, which is $18 essentially.
Right.
You're saying $22, $23. Let's meet in the middle and say $20 an hour.
Now, I want to stop it right here for 1 second. What his low IQ is doing is basically saying that most of these blacks are minimum wage workers, right?
Yeah, I mean,
right? That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Instinctively, he's not saying we smarty-arty blacks. We don't make minimum wage. We make hundreds of thousands of dollars. He's not saying that. He's saying that of these unemployed blacks, they don't have any skills and minimum wage is not enough for them. Right? That's what he's saying. That's what I'm saying. They need to lower the minimum wage to like $9 an hour. Right? Like that's where at least somebody might take a chance on a lazy ass black. Fucking ain't paying them $9 an hour. Who cares? Right? But at 17, I can't afford to hire these blacks at 17. And hell, they're not willing to work it anyway. So you got to raise the wage if you really want to hire them. And who's going to hire a black that ain't worth 17 at $21 an hour? Very few people. And Izzy Bands is explaining that this is the economics that he doesn't understand. The higher they raise the minimum wage, they more or less just cancel all the blacks. Many of the blacks out of the. Do you see anybody here making $25 an hour in this picture right here? Huh? You see anybody in this picture?
Isn't that an EMT worker or not?
That's not an EMT worker. That's just a lady trying to save a man's life.
Oh, I thought it was an EMT worker.
Look at that! Look at the jacket she got on. It's a blue jean jacket. She ain't an EMT worker. Right?
Yeah,
She's just trying to save a man's life.
$1,000 an hour times 40 hours a week, which is a regular full-time shift, is $800 a week. $800 a week with taxes. Hold on. $800 a week on a basic scale of basic taxes, being that you're in the lower percentile, they're going to take about 30-some percentage of it, essentially. Okay, so it's 550. Let's just say it's 550. Hold on real quick. I got the numbers. No. Stop interrupting me so I can make the point and set the premise. That's $550 a week. That's $2,200 a month. Who can live a decent lifestyle on $2,200 a month in Washington, D.C.? Go start there. Let's talk about that.
Well,
see, that's what I'm saying. If you can't do it by yourself, then you're going to need teamwork. You're going to need someone that's going to help you. Maybe you contribute to the household.
No,
the 54-year-old woman that called in last week, she was contributing to the household herself.
What he did right there is he took everybody that's just regular bottom feeding, low income performers, and he just said none of them are obligated to work and make their own way in life.
That's correct.
With his dumb ass.
Right.
It's like, wait a minute. Yeah, see, he's talking like they're only getting $1 an hour.
Yeah.
To hear him talk, you would think they're getting $1 an hour. Why work for $1 an hour? To hear him talk.
And what is the alternative, Brave? Just do nothing.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say it gets ridiculous. To hear him talk, he's talking as if somebody's only offering $1 an hour. That's how he's talking. He's not talking like there's $18 an hour on the table. He's not talking like that. That's why I'm saying he's a psychopath. He's nuts.
Yeah, no, these people have really lost the plot here. And here's some more. He's going to get even more ridiculous, Brave. And again, this is on his panel, and the blacks are listening to him, clapping and cheering along.
Stealing the money. And that is the problem in the black community. No one up and he steals her son.
Mimic what they're doing. So I asked him, I said, Brave, why don't the blacks just mimic what the Hispanics are doing if that works? How they're doing it, maybe the blacks should mimic what they're doing. Because what the blacks are doing clearly is not working. And you can't tell, hold on, you can't tell me that working somewhere is better than not working at all. Hey, let me ask you this question. Is working somewhere better than not working at all?
Not necessarily.
There you have it. You just heard it. There it is.
There it is.
There it is, folks. You just fucking heard it. You know how many blacks agreed with him? You know how many blacks would agree with him?
The next day he had 300 people in the audience, Brave.
Yeah.
It's the black mindset.
There you have it. I could never imagine thinking that in my youngest days, and no matter what I did, and I didn't give a damn about nothing, I could never imagine being unemployed.
This is the black mindset on full.
Just out of sheer dignity, I just couldn't imagine it.
Yeah, the clip this right here. This is very sad, right? Would you agree? Conservative Jay, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Wow. When you hear a 50-year-old man talking like black man talking like this, what do you think?
I just like it just be a thing. I'm like, bro, come on, y'all. Like, I don't understand why it just be repeated so much. You know what I'm saying? That's what they teaching. You know what I'm saying? And when you teaching it so many times, eventually you're gonna start believing it. You know what I'm saying?
But who's teaching that? All my life, I never heard anybody say they.
Okay, who's teaching it?
Yeah, who's teaching that? Listen to this again.
That is the point of blacks. With the black, and he just said it.
Of course, it's working somewhere better than not working at all.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
And that is the black mindset right there. Main thoroughfare.
Is working at Popeyes making $17 an hour better than hanging out in front of Popeyes making nothing an hour? Because that's the picture that I paint. When I go to Popeyes, if I pan my camera across the street, 10, 15 able-bodied young men that are not working, would they be better off working at the Popeyes? It's right there in the neighborhood.
Well, this is
no question.
No, it's really not, because you're making a lot of assumptions, and you're trying to make me presume and assume. Hold on, you're making.
Brave, before he answers the question, you see anybody worth $17 an hour in that picture?
I could make them worth 17 an hour, John. I mean, if they were going to work for me, I could get them.
You could make these people right here worth $17.
I said if they were going to work for me, I could turn them into, yes, they would be worth 17.
And in healthcare, other costs to go along with hiring these people. And what type of business do you think you can make hay out of these people and pay them?
Oh, it would be very menial task: warehouse work, factory work, assembly line work.
Okay, well, there's none of that in DC. We don't have.
If I was a fast food manager, if they wanted to work, I could get it out of them.
You're missing it.
No, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying that it's not an impossibility.
Shit.
Of course, what you're saying is, in general, these are pieces of shit.
Great.
What I'm saying is that I'm not going to give them the out of saying they just can't do it. I'm saying they can do it. They're just so goddamn crazy they don't want to.
These people right here sitting up on this bus stop, you think you're going to be able to hire them in some business?
No, I don't think I'm going to be. I said if they wanted to work.
Okay, well, these people don't want to work.
All right.
Gotta be
That's why I'm not
the right
saying
people,
these
man.
people. I'm saying if they wanted to work, if that guy in the blue standing there doing nothing decided out of nowhere, I want to fucking work, I want to change my ways, I could get him performing in no time flat.
You get him up to you could get him to where you could pay him $22 an hour.
I don't know about that. Whatever the pay grade, I could get him to perform and to gradually, if he wanted to. Yeah.
You think you can get him to outcompete the Hispanics?
I don't know. It depends. No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said I'm just saying if they wanted to. I said if they wanted to
marketplace,
work. That's the qualifier. These people probably don't want to work, so you're right. They're not worth a damn. But I'm just, I'm an old elderly that looks at young people like, you can help them if they help them if they open their fucking brains up.
You got the white mindset.
Take Jay on our panel. Take this young man here on our panel, John.
He ain't them. He ain't them.
He ain't them at all. But he's still doing something real fucked up.
You say this about
Hold on, John. He's still doing something real fucked up that's gonna fuck his life up, and he refuses not to stop doing it.
Who?
Jay, conservative Jay, on the panel. This young man here.
Oh, I don't know what he's doing.
I'm gonna tell you what he's doing. You gotta stop saying, you know what I'm saying, Jay.
He's still on that?
I am still on it. I'm an elderly. If you were my son, I'd smack you upside the back of your fucking head if you said that in front of me, your grandpa, too many times. I'd ask you, what the fuck what image are you trying to put forth, young man? Because you sound like a fucking retarded black man.
I'm not trying to put forth no image. It's a habit. It's a habit.
Then stop it.
It's a habit probably hard to break, bro.
No, it ain't hard to break. You know how many habits everybody breaks to advance themselves? What, is Jay some poor little person that just can't break a habit? Jay, I'm being fun with you. Don't take it personally. I'm an old man, and yes, I'm on it. But I'm telling you, motherfucker, stop saying you know what I'm saying, dumbass. It sounds stupid. You sound like a goddamn fool when you talk like that. Do you know who you're associating yourself with when you talk like that?
I think it's probably with a lot of blacks.
Well, I'm not really per se hood. I mean, I think John is he's more hood than me. I didn't really grow up in the hood like that.
I don't give a fuck what you're saying. You're saying stupid when you say you know what I'm saying. Bottom line.
All right, let me get back to this, bro.
It could be worse. It could be worse lingo.
All right.
No, hold on, John. It could be worse. So what are you going to do? Since it's not the worst, you're going to be in the idiot zone?
No, that's not. Be brave. Be brave.
No, Jay, you're in the idiot zone. When you say that, you put yourself in the idiot zone in a white culture, sir.
I mean, I've heard some white people say.
I don't give a fuck who you heard, what you said. What I'm saying right now is something that you need to hear. I don't care if you listen or not. When you say go around saying, you know what I'm saying, after everything you say, you're sounding like a goddamn fool to people that got brains. And I know you like to be around people that have brains.
I do. Right.
All right. Carry on, John.
All right.
I've had my.
Let me put it back on the screen. Oh, it's on the screen. All right, so here's Easy Bands. It gets worse here. We've asked him about the young men that hang outside of the Popeyes. Would they be better off going into the Popeyes and just working? He says it depends. And I said it depends on what. And he says,
try to assume and presume to know what those guys are doing on the corner or how much those guys are earning or whatever those guys.
So he's trying to say,
you hear that?
Yes. How much are they earning? That's what he said. We don't know. They may be rich.
But how would they be earning any money?
That's what I'm saying. That doesn't make any sense. Obviously, he's talking about illegal means.
That's
or
correct.
Stupid shit.
And this is how you. Now, I have another clip of him saying, when has Martin Luther King ever been good? Well, part of the reason why it's never been good is because you have blacks like this. And you have the mindset of Izzy Band said, don't go work, blacks. That will keep a neighborhood pretty bad, right? That mindset, along with people unwilling to work, is what Easy Bands is describing.
That place right there makes it so people don't want to use fucking public transportation.
That's the bus stop, Brave. You see that?
Yes. Look at it.
Avenue. That's the bus stop. That's where the blacks have rooted themselves. And Easy Bands wonders why the bus is free. Well, hell, who's going to pay for some shit like this? Who can be even asked to pay? That's why the bus driving system over here. The bus system over here.
I'd be a bus rider in the city. I'd be a bus riding son of a bitch. I'd be like you, John. I'm on the fucking bus. Even if I had a car, I'd be on that bus.
It shit is free.
Yes. And it's just I couldn't imagine not riding a bus. It would piss me off if I couldn't ride buses when they're going right by my house.
Well,
that would piss me off.
But the thing is, for the Easy Bands of the world, that maybe he has a nice car, and he doesn't want to ride the bus with these kind of the hoi polloi here. So he looks down on people that ride the bus again, just like he looks down on people that work at Popeyes. He looks down on people that ride bikes.
Well, it's funny that you say he's looking down on him because he's trying to. I don't think he's looking down on them as much as he's saying they're poor little victims.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
But he sees himself in a higher place.
Same level of him saying these are victims. These aren't. I'm not looking down. I'm not calling these people lowly pieces of shit because that's what they are. He's saying they're victims.
Yeah. This is a very interesting. Again, this is a 50-year-old man.
The guys on the corner just hanging out. They're black. They're young black.
You're presuming and assuming that they're not earning any money at all.
How could they be earning money just hanging on the street corner in the ghetto? She just doesn't do this.
What could they be doing hanging on the street corner?
A whole bunch. I asked him, what could they be doing hanging on the street corner? And he says a whole bunch of things in the ghetto, in 30-degree weather, 40-degree weather, in the blazing, blistering, it's low IQ black, whether he's building a Popeye, growing fat, doing better, more money.
More, they could be doing more.
What else? Like what else? Rapping?
Better, who make more money than the Popeyes workers. This is what he's saying.
More, they could be doing more.
What else? Like what else? Rapping? What else? What other commerce is available on the street corner?
So I'm asking here, what commerce could these young blacks that are hanging out on the street corner, what commerce could they be engaged in?
What do you think you're gonna say, Brave?
This guy says whatever comes to this guy. He's a psychopath. Hard telling. Psychopaths have no reasoning, so it could be anything. What's he gonna say?
This is low IQ black behavior combined with the unwillingness to work here.
It's better than Popeyes.
That would be better. That would be better than a stable job at Popeyes. Are you telling me the hear that?
What did he say?
I'll play it for you one more time. This is beautiful here. Listen. I kind of talk over him. Yeah, dude, listen.
Could they be engaged in? It's better than Popeyes.
That would be better. That would be better than a stable job at Popeyes. Are you telling me so you telling me
this is networking? This
networking. You know who talks about networking? Professionals. You know who talks about networking? People with real college degrees. You know who talks about networking? People that are up to their necks and succeeding. And now all of a sudden he's got street corner motherfuckers worrying about networking. Motherfuckers are sick. How can he say that shit? What networking with who? Other drug dealers? God fucking damn.
this is low IQ? And again, Brave, this is on his panel, and the blacks are clapping like seals. As he said, the young black men on Martin Luther King are networking. And that is somehow better than working at Popeyes, what the Hispanics are doing. See, I painted the picture, Brave. I said, the Hispanics are inside working in the Popeyes. Why don't the blacks go in there? What could they be doing better? And he said, rapping, selling drugs.
It's better than Popeyes.
That would be better. That would be better than a stable job at Popeyes. You telling me so you telling me
this is networking? This is really amazing.
Better than a stable job at Popeyes. You telling me so you telling me that there's a possibility that what they're pursuing on the street corners of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King in front of the Popeyes is better than working at the Popeyes. That's what you're telling me.
Again, I don't know one way or another because I don't know what those guys are doing, but there are a ton of things that they could be doing that's earning them more money. We don't know. Shout out to A-Dub-Way. He was.
Jesus fucking Christ. Even if there was one of them that was an exception to the rule, he's talking like in general. Oh, it's for sure. Oh, don't worry about it. He's talking like it's reversed. Well, maybe one of them's a downright bum. The other four standing there are doing things. This motherfucker, I'm telling you, psychopath, John.
Networking doing what, Brady? Like you said, this is what professional people do. After work, they go out and network.
Yeah.
They go to network.
Earning work, shit, everything.
Again, okay, let's say they're out on the street like Tim. Some kind of they want to be a black nigga.
Good evening. Hey, make sure y'all. What's up, King Ruth? I'm feeling the best, but
because honestly, this is what I'm saying.
He's not talking about. He's not talking. Yelling. So he's not talking about my life. So a software developer, a Mac, bar no assistance, bar no income boost.
And here's that comment here. I want you to take the street corner. This is her right here. No one hangs out on the street corner. This is a really.
So one of the people in Izzy's chat saying no one hangs out on the street corners. These blacks are delusional, man. Like no, this I'm highlighting the comment. This is on his channel. The blacks are saying no one hangs out.
What's he saying when they're hanging out there? They're networking and earning money.
I guess they're not hanging out. It's not technically. It would not be hanging out.
That's some amazing cognitive dissonance by the blacks that they're willing to say things that they know are not true. And here is that comment. We'll zoom in on it just so you can see it.
No one hangs on the street.
Blacks really are lost.
Scenario: does one person earning $2,200 a month in Washington, D.C. get to live a decent lifestyle? In what scenario?
Again, Hispanics do it every day. What he keeps highlighting is that the blacks can't form any kind of partnerships. So Hispanics have polo rap. This fun.
See, is that
So,
these should
John,
be teen
You're
you
not
Is that what, Brady?
know where you dropped the ball on this question. You should have made him describe decent. Because here's decent to me. This is 4 years ago. I started this on CT's channel. Here's decent to me because I say we all live like, even our low income live like gods here, and we do. Here's decent to me. Got running water in your house. You got heat. You got medical care when you need it. And you got transportation to get back and forth to work, and you got food everywhere you go. There's a market somewhere to stop in and buy food. That's very decent compared to, by far, 80, 90% of the rest of the world. So that's why you get to call that decent. Now you would have to ask him, what's your definition of decent, sir?
Well, you know, Brave, I'll give you his idea of what decent is.
It's perverted, it's sick, it's twisted. Go ahead, but I'm just saying
You
it makes no sense at all because it discounts the very wonders of basic human necessities and functions and the appreciation of taking part in the foundation of health and welfare in this country.
Brave, I told you,
Go ahead, what do you think you would describe decent as?
I'm going to let you hear it from his own mouth. You know, I told you Sharon Bracey undressed Izzy Bands. And here's a little bit of the undressing of Izzy Bands. You're going to hear Izzy Bands more or less describe what he thinks is a decent life.
You sold me out, and that's why I DM'd you to find out, yo, Freezy, are you selling me out?
I sold you
because
out.
I don't. That's what I felt. Again, you listen, bro, because you obviously have some listening problems. What I said is I felt like you sold me out. That's why you gotta slow down a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. And I do find it interesting because your man got a silver chain with most.
I don't know.
And he got what kind of watches that he got on?
Why are you talking about Angry Man? Talk about me.
His watch is about because you got the same stupid ass watch.
Yo, are you stupid? My watch is a Don & Company watch, nigga. Who's you talking to? That shit. My shit got 7 carats in it. My shit's got 7 carats. Don & Company, like Jacob
How is
Company.
a Diamond Company? Ain't no such thing as no damn Diamond Company watch.
That's how stupid. That's how stupid. Hold on, that's how you stupid. That's how stupid you are. I didn't say Diamond Company, you ignoramus. I said Don & Company. DON and Company. Look it up. Look it up. There's 7 carats in that watch. Look it up. Look it up. I bought that watch 15 years ago, and it's still worth mad money. Look it up. Look it up.
Now you heard that. This is a dumb old YN, as Sharon will later describe him. He's the YNs of YouTube, him and Angry Man. And here's an old black talking about he had a 7-carat watch 15 years ago. See this? This is the mindset of these blacks.
What's the 7-carat watch cost?
Well, they're going to get to talking about it. Listen.
Where you got down?
He's telling Sharon, look it up. Look how much I paid for my watch when I was 35. I don't even know if he owns a home. I don't have any expensive shit. I don't have any jewelry. You see me every day.
Stupid.
You got any jewelry on Brave?
No, I can't even. I can't even wear a ing. I just feels like it ain't natural to have jewelry on. I'm a working man. I don't need the jewelry to get.
I'm in a piss room. What the hell I need jewelry on for?
Yeah, no watch, rings, no necklaces. It's nothing but something to get hung up on or to. Yeah.
Then I gotta clean it after I go in the piss room.
Oh yeah, just yeah.
Hey, you don't wear watches? You don't wear no watch?
I got a watch on me everywhere I go. A phone. All right.
I'm about to say.
But here come these blacks. Listen how they go on in about this. Oh, this is amazing.
Back of the Source magazine?
Yeah. Don & Company is like Jacob & Company, bro. It's a subsidiary of Jacob & Company. Look it up, bro.
You got to a back of the Source of the magazine watch thinking that you sit
Nah. Hey, listen. At least I didn't get my chain. You got that little baby chain you got that baby chain from a Cracker Jack box. So stop playing, man. That little floss. You got 2 floss around your neck, nigga. Who is you talking to? And it's funny that necklace is funny.
You know,
That
John,
little
do you
baby
realize?
necklace is hilarious.
Do you realize how disgustingly feminine this is? If you had two white guys and they were stupid enough to argue about their wealth, they would be talking about their homes, their cars, their land they might own. These guys are talking about fucking jewelry. Yeah. That's women. That's a woman thing.
It gets worse, Brave.
God damn.
This is low IQ black behavior that somehow think that they're wealthy. They don't even know. Remember when I said Brave? Like, remember he said when Izzy got up and he said, "Hey, I know got more Jew white people than anything you do." What Brave is explaining to Izzy just now that he doesn't even know how to talk to rich white people. Rich white people don't talk like this.
No. Right? And even if they're not rich, if they're bragging about what they have to each other, if they're doing a pissing contest, it's about houses and cars. In other words, shit that a man needs.
Yeah, chainsaws and shit.
Yes. I got a motherfucking steel, baby. I paid $500 for it. Yeah. What do you got? A bolo $100 from Walmart? That's what you hear two white guys doing. These guys are arguing over fucking jewelry.
So you see this right? Man, if you got all this jewelry and shoes and bullshit, you probably ain't going to Popeyes and work, no matter what.
Jesus.
No matter how low you go, you're not going to get grease on your shoe, right? Listen how they keep talking, right?
Tuck that little shit in. I wouldn't even, if I had that, I wouldn't even wear that. Like, yo, come on, what is you doing? Your head is bigger than the necklace.
Let me see. For sale, Don & Company diamond watch, $41.
You's a liar. You's a liar from the pits of hell.
So now they're looking up the cost of the watch, and Izzy about to explain how much he paid for the watch.
You liar. Put it up. Why, you lying. You lying.
Anybody can go look it up themselves. Hold on. You got one that's oh no, this is not.
Nope. 7.5 carats. Look it up.
Okay. Don & Company men's diamond watch, 5 carats, $2,000.
Exactly. Look at the one that's 7.5 carats. Come on, man. I know you lying. That's what I'm saying. Stop playing with me, boy.
Diamond watch.
See again, Brave. A man with a 7.5 carat watch should be wealthy, correct? Most people, like even men that make good money, don't have 7.5 carat watches.
Jay, how much did you pay for your watch, Jay?
I'll probably say like $100.
There you go.
So here's a man.
The golden Victus watch.
Here's a man bragging about a
Don't listen to me, folks. Jay has brains.
Here's a man bragging about a 7.5 carat watch at 35 years old, but he doesn't have near the material wealth to kind of, to go along with that. Does that make sense, Brady?
Yeah.
Right. And this is the black mindset. They're above Kentucky Fried Chicken, Popeyes work. They wear 7.5 carat diamonds, even though they're poor. They, all these other hats and stuff like that.
I don't think either of these fellows are poor, John.
They're not 7.5 carat watch rich either.
I don't know right. They're not, but I mean, in the scheme of things. But what's a 7.5 carat? 3,000 then? I guess.
You $4,000 or $5,000 for a watch, one watch.
That's pretty pathetic. That's pretty pathetic. Like you say, John, if you got a $5,000 watch on, hopefully you got a whole lot of other things going for you, or you're a damn fool for spending that much of your money on that item.
Shouldn't you have the car to match? And if you can afford it, and you got it in the house, it ain't even worth bragging about.
That's true.
Brady,
that's right.
Brady, hold on now, goddamn. What did I tell you this morning? Huh? What did I tell you this morning about that bike I bought? Huh?
Well,
what did I tell you this morning about that bike I bought?
Sounded like a good deal, and that
Asian man paid $6,000 for that bike. That's for a bike. Nigga, he showed up in a $50,000 truck. Right?
Would you do meeting somewhere and buy it?
Yeah, listen. I said, meet me at the Van Dorn Metro Station. Anyone familiar with DC, you know where that is.
Uh-huh.
He said, I don't even know where that is. This motherfucker don't ride the train. I'm saying he got that kind of money.
You didn't lead that Asian man into a black area, did you?
Hell no, he told me where to meet him in a Asian or white area that's near his house. He said, I don't even know where the hell the train station is. Like when you got money, you don't ride the train around here, right? Even if you might live by the train, but you don't ride it. The fuck you gonna ride the train with the hoi polloi for, right? I was on a train this morning. It was the working class going to work, not the people who own the businesses and shit. Like this Asian man had some money. You hear me?
Oh yeah.
He ain't ever watch on no shit like that. But he bought a $6,000 bike, a $50,000 truck. Don't even know what a train station is. That's money.
Yeah.
You understand? That's money.
Yeah. He's a little bit successful at the very least.
I understand. And if he heard Easy Band talking about what he talking about, he'd be like, "This is what? This is listen, Brave. I had cash money." He said, "Would you rather Venmo me or something?" I said, "Shit, I'm trying to get rid of the money myself." He didn't want the cash, right? He probably doesn't live in the world like that. You live in more fluent. You're not walking around with a whole bunch of cash in your pocket, stuff like that. And so when I hear these Easy Bands of the world, it's just really amazing. You hear these blacks and you listen to what he's bragging about.
$1,000. So it's three. They got another one. Diamond and Co. watch, $350.
Yo, bro. Again,
Diamond and Co. Company, $799. Again, like I said,
you got 15 years ago.
Like I said, you got your fake ass
15 years ago.
You got your fake ass
15 years ago.
That's why you wear the hat. That stupid, ridiculous, dumbass watch that nobody's going to buy.
It's better than that Casio you got around your wrist. It's better than that calculator watch you got on right now. What are you talking about? If you don't get your stupid ass out of here, you always sitting there talking about people. You got mascara in your beard. Man, cut your head off. That goddamn hairline looks stupid as hell. What the hell is you talking about? You need to put on a hat. And your damn, go show us your calculator watch you got on.
So here's
Fisher Price, my first necklace having ass nigga.
Okay, no problem. So the
first necklace.
I understand you keep on.
Man, give your daughter back her necklace, bro. This is just disrespectful that you wearing your daughter's necklace online trying to floss with a blouse on. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Crazy. And it's okay. And I understand, like, I get it. You got BBL teeth, so therefore you think I'm going to do something cosmetic to myself. I don't
need a BBL hairline. You need a BBL hairline. Your hairline needs some help. Your hairline need milk, nigga. I don't know.
Right. So and again, so
you need to put some fertilizer on that. You need help, bro. You need help.
Here,
put on a hat.
BBL Izzy. Hold on, BBL Izzy. So here's
Brave, do you see why I said there's a difference in intelligence between the two?
Yeah. I know. I know because I think there is probably slightly, but Jerome's going along with it. He's going for the argument.
No, what I'm saying,
watch more of these two guys, man.
But what I'm saying is, if you're looking at the difference in intelligence,
listening to him.
Look at Izzy's avatar. And Sharon goes on to describe him and Anger Man like the YNs. They're trying to maintain the child, teenage years. They're dressed like teenagers. Mm-hmm. Sharon is at least dressed age appropriate, right?
Yeah, and he appears to be the more sensible one.
He's the more sensible one. Izzy Bands is off into ghetto street corner name call at this point. Correct? This is just ghetto street corner name calling. And Sharon is not engaging in that behavior with him to this pattern. And he goes on to listen to this. This is what I was telling you. This is it right here, I think, Brave.
So much, sometimes you gotta be patient. You know what I'm saying? Let them get all they fake jokes out. Shout out to I'm Pippi, $75 to $5. This 50-year-old man, mad over a wrench, is worried about material things. 50 acting 15. He ain't never get past the fact that he left Brooklyn at 15 is the reason why. And Anton Knockoff, he absolutely is. We seen when he came on.
I think it's here.
Calling you out your name, all that shit. Then you go over there. Then you just so happen to see Freezy going in on you too in the chat. Going in. Yeah, that nigga ain't shit. That nigga F nigga. He ain't shit. Damn. Yeah, Izzy ain't shit.
Damn. He ain't. You right?
You gonna let me keep my wrench?
Are you? Answer truthfully. I know that's hard for you.
If that was the case, no, I wouldn't let you keep it.
Man, you know what, Izzy? Thank you. I respect you for that, bro.
Me too. Well, I don't know.
So here they are, Brave, arguing over wrenches.
Yeah, no, and I'm 71. I can't waste my life listening to these two, man. Anymore.
And on Izzy's panel, again, Brave, Izzy was offering to sell wrenches to people. And I said to myself, damn, a wrench on YouTube is worth more in the black community than a wrench in real life. And when that black stole my bike, I had tools in the bag on the back of my bike, and he threw the damn tools over in the yard next door. And so it's very interesting, you know, is that you see these blacks, they've so destroyed the real world where they live. They don't want to work on the street corners that they say that they wonder why they're so bad. And here they are now monetizing wrenches, virtual wrenches, because they have no use for them in the real world. That's kind of amazing, Brady.
What's amazing to me is that there will be people that actually buy them. People that are probably, they're not doing that well, and they're going to spend $50 to do what? Say they're in some club.
Yeah, that is a you know, Anton Daniels spoke about clout being the currency in the black community, and I guess clout would be like $100 bill or something, and a wrench apparently is worth $50. So again, it is very, very fascinating. If you ever watch Izzy Band's panel out of curiosity, you notice that he monetizes curse words and things like that. Very interesting because, again, down on the streets, you hear all kind of vulgar language, and they can maintain some kind of semblance of society, or at least they attempt to in the virtual world. But down in the real world, I mean, they have no ability to do that. You know, it's very interesting. And I wanted to play this last clip from Izzy where he describes why the Hispanics, well, we got a couple of plays. Here's the one we're playing from Izzy. Is it here? Is it? Wait, let's just look. Give me 1 second, Brady. What is it? Oh, here it is.
On the street corner, what commerce today? Where are the papers?
What's up? Good evening. And make sure y'all.
No one hangs out on the street corner anymore.
It would provide you.
Importantly, that wasn't even close to your point. Your point was that if you you can get a job at Popeyes, and you can live a decent life. And use the examples of the Mexicans do it, the Hispanic people do it. Who do we think is the ones working at Popeyes? The Hispanics are working at Popeyes. But you failed to acknowledge, and when we acknowledge, the Hispanics work on Popeyes because there'd be 10 of them in a goddamn.
Here it comes, Brave. I want you to listen to this. He basically lays out the formula for why the Hispanics are winning and why the blacks can't do it. Listen.
And when we acknowledge, the Hispanics work on Popeyes because there'd be 10 of them in a goddamn house, and 10 times daggone $2,200 a month is $22,000 a month.
That's a lot of damn money coming into one house.
You heard that?
Yeah.
He's saying that the Hispanics.
And most of the time it's lying. Most of the time it's 2 or 3.
But he's exaggerating, and that's what the blacks do.
Yes.
But it is 4 or 5 to a house. I've seen that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. There occasionally might be 10, but it's like, come on.
But if it's 4 or 5, they're not all making minimum wage either.
Oh hell no.
From one of my houses, there was a welder, a gentleman, guy that did construction work. 2 or 3 younger people that worked somewhere. None of those people probably were making minimum wage when you average it all out, because the welder was not making minimum wage. And they all lived in the same house together. And there was 2 older Hispanic women, maybe a wife and grandmother. They all lived in the house, man. And it probably was $15,000 a month coming in that house for sure, every month, right? When you add all their incomes up.
Yeah.
And that is what Izzy Vance just explained, how the Hispanics are winning. And I've also shown on the other side. You remember the call with the Brave? You need to explain this to the audience. Remember we were talking on the phone? What did you think about that 54-year-old grandmother? Remember that, Brave?
What, she didn't want to? She said she didn't want to babysit for her grandkids.
Yeah, remember that?
Said her son was taking her rent and sending it off, not paying the rent.
Mm-hmm. What did you think about it, Bree?
Well, it's black culture. The dysfunction. She raised the people that's doing that to her. Her own self in her 54-year-old life says she didn't want to babysit her own grandkids while she lived right next to them.
She lived in the same house with him.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you took. But you said something. You thought that was You thought you thought lowly of her.
Well, yeah, she's a piece of shit. I mean, my God, what the fuck? How do you not want to? How do you? Unless your grandkid is a complete, something's really wrong with it, and it just became violent, and they're a teenager or something. How do you not want to, take care of your grandkids while if you're there in the house anyway? How's your grandkids being there with you bother you? God damn.
Brave. I think back to some of the conversations you told me about, you living with your mother and stuff like
that. Yeah, hey.
Easy.
Don't get no fucking. I got too many haters for people to fucking hear personal shit about.
But you talk so positive about it. Is that fair to say?
It was when I was young and my mother was living alone, and she had a huge apartment, and it was one of the most wonderful years of my life when I lived with my mother.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It was just, everything was so. I told her, I said, Mom, I could live with you the rest of my life.
And so, Brady, when you heard this,
it was just too. I tell you, it was something.
Brady,
then the would come over. I'd be sitting in the house, and her two little favorite black grandkids would come over from my sister that was up from me. And I'd be in that house, and there'd be my mom and those two kids. They were like 3 and 4 and 5. They grew up. I watched them grow up with my mom, and it's just nothing but happiness. The kids screaming and laughing. My mom's laughing and screaming and carrying on. I'd be in there. I'd be in there for hours at a time, and it'd be nothing but my mom and those two kids. The noise of that noise, that happy noise, for hours at a time. It was amazing.
Brave, I'm glad you described it, because I see so much dysfunction and screaming and cursing amongst the families that I deal with. And I think it's one of those things that you can't put a value on, and you don't know what you're missing. These people's lives have been filled more or less just the opposite of what you described. And,
the screaming and laughing you heard in that apartment was two little kids just running through the house, feeling free to scream at the top of their lungs because my mom had them laughing their little self, just laughing and laughing.
The Republic Room has a comment there, Brady.
Huh?
Republic Tea Room has a comment. What do you think about that?
Do we know do we know the dynamics of the 50?
Oh, we should play it. Brave, I want you to respond to this. Since Republic asked, we'll let you respond to it, Brave. I'm gonna let you respond to it. Listen to this, Brave. Better question.
What's the price difference?
It's considerable. Northeast versus southeast. But I tell you what, the rooms we have we have some nice rooms in southeast right now. Actually, we have a basement. When are you looking to move?
By the end of the month.
That's day after tomorrow.
Yes.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We have. What's your budget? Let me ask you this. We don't do credit yet.
Okay.
All right. And so it's all about feel. You know what I mean? It's all about feel, right? So this is your credit check. You got it? This is the credit check.
Down right quick.
Yeah.
For the record, when I moved from my mother's house, I bought a house. That's what white people.
We're going to hear what she does.
Huh?
Well, we're going to hear what she did, or what she's doing, and why she's moving. Right? Listen to this. These are great.
So right now, I pay half a year with my son. Unfortunately, my son, because I stayed here with my son and his family, they haven't been paying the rent, so they're getting ready to get put out. So I pay. So the rent here is $13.79. I pay half of that.
Okay, and are you working? Did you hear that, Brave?
Yeah.
So the rent was $13.79, and Republic wants to know what is the backstory of the grandmother.
Well, what Republic says that's key is no doubt it's dysfunctional. Well, stop there, Republic Room. That's what we're talking about. Blacks, top to bottom, in large numbers, no matter how you add it up, are fucking dysfunctional group of people. So what's the point?
Brave,
Why care about her backstory? 54 fucking years old.
Brave, could you imagine putting your mother in a predicament where she'd be calling me on the verge of being evicted?
Oh my Lord.
It's something amazing. And that is what, I highlight the distrust in the Black community. You can't even trust your own children. This woman can't even trust her own son to not do right by her with the rent so that they don't end up evicted. She's paying him half the rent and he's pocketing the money and not even paying the rent. Jeez Louise.
They haven't been paying the rent, so they're getting ready to get put out. So I pay. So the rent here is $13.79. I pay half of that.
Okay, and are you working?
Yes, I do work.
And where are you working?
In Pentagon City.
Cool.
What did she say?
She works in the mall. She worked. What part did you not hear? She says I was paying half the rent, and my son was not paying.
I wanted to know where she worked.
She works in the mall at a chocolate store in the mall.
Oh, okay.
What's your?
Southeast will be closer.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Southeast will be closer. Southeast will be closer, but you are a woman. You are a woman, and a lot of women have qualms about living in Southeast. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know, but I don't. That don't bother me.
That don't bother you. All right. So now we're getting somewhere.
That don't bother me.
Now we're getting somewhere, right? Now
every 2 weeks. So every 2 weeks I bring home about $500. I'm only working part time right now. So
she's only working part time, bringing home $500 every 2 weeks. She was depending on that part time job, working with her, living with her son to make it. Now she's going to go get a full time, right? Because they've gone their separate ways at this point. They're gonna have to go their separate ways because they're getting evicted. And that's kind of the story of like how the Black life is. The two people that should be the closest, mother and child, one is stealing from the other one, causing all of them to be evicted. Mother, child, and children, grandmother, everybody. Can't even trust someone to pay the damn rent.
That's not good.
You contrast that with your mother, Brady, the story you just told.
Oh, my mother was nothing but a sweetheart, man.
Well, you wouldn't have let that happen to her, huh?
No. She wasn't wasn't looking for no damn room to have to share bathrooms and kitchens with somebody. No.
Yeah, her son was pocketing the money. Yeah. And so this is why the lady called me, but she wasn't prepared for that because she was only able to pay, that little half of $1,300, and $1,300 likely was subsidized. It's right around the corner from me. I know where it is. It's actually where Omar went and found his bike that was stolen, which is on the same street where all the Hispanic people were doing the work on the street that we let off the street. This is all very interesting, Brady, because Izzy Vance is telling these people not to work, not to submit to this lowly work, but somebody is. And with an inflated minimum wage here in this city, Brave, ironically, the Hispanics benefit from it. This is very ironic if you think about it, Brave.
Well, it's they benefit from so many things. They definitely benefit from blacks that are fucking completely dysfunctional in large numbers. That's that creates a place where they are needed. Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Well, yeah, I'm speaking from if you want to talk a political standpoint, and I'm not very political, clearly, but there has been a big push for high minimum wages in this city. And I long thought, like, man, the higher you push this minimum wage, the more of the people, the blacks you catch up in the net of they're just you're unable to hire them profitably, right? At $17 an hour, you got to be humming, even in Popeyes. You're gonna need a pretty good worker.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have a lot of waste from that worker at $17 an hour. Right? $9 an hour, you drop a piece of chicken on the floor, no problem. But at $17 an hour, you want the job done right. And I don't think that many of these blacks are worthy of $17 an hour. And I think the economy is speaking. Like there's just no way until they're standing out on the street corner.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to take somebody who's really completely mentally shot and try to put them preparing food. That's not what you want to do.
Would you want to put Izzy Bands in a warehouse paying him only $17 an hour where he feels like I'm not able to live a decent life with this?
It depends on if I put him there. A warehouse is very easy to determine the performance. You either do it or you don't.
Right. And then you say, well, this guy's kind of, dragging everybody down. You get rid of him because he doesn't want to be there anyway. Right. And that is what I'm saying, Brave. And I think it's pretty much summed up with the people hanging outside of the McDonald's and the people a little bit in a better place than them, the Izzy Bands. They're all excusing these people hanging out doing nothing. That's very interesting.
Yeah, well, it is. It's look at our dear friend Republic making excuses for the 54-year-old stupid bitch that fucking doesn't want to be around her own grandkid.
Well, those grandkids could be very poorly raised, and maybe she's not able to deal with them.
She right, that could be, but the point is she raised the son that raised them. So what would they have to be? Complete violent little psychopaths?
Brave. I was on the train yesterday, Brave.
I'm an old man that didn't get around my daughter and her kids, and I haven't. But I always told her, I said, no matter what happened, no matter how it fans out, I told her, you and your children never have to be on the street. You've always got a roof.
Somebody says Burger King has a new AI headset. Brave, I was on the bus yesterday. You asked what kind of kids could they be? And I sent you a link. It's unlisted, but
Public Room wants the link, John.
I'll put it in the chat. I was on the and damn, I made a video of this. There were some kids. I was at the corner of Malcolm and Martin Luther King yesterday, and there were kids. It was like they were practicing cursing. It literally, it was like they were practicing cursing. You hear me, Brave?
Yeah, I hear you.
They were like, motherfucker, like nigga, motherfucker, like they were practicing cursing people.
Oh,
These
were
they? Kids. They were kids, bro. Like I don't think 12.
Jesus.
10. They were practicing cursing people out. I made a video of it. Yeah, I probably can't show it because they're children, but they were literally practicing cursing people out, Brave. Oh, I gotta show you this, Brave. Oh, hey, Republic. While I'm looking for these pictures, you guys go ahead. I'll put this on Twitter.
Yeah, I wanted to just address. First of all, thank you, John, for letting me up. Hey, Brave. Hey, to the chat. Him making that comment about. I'll get into why I made the comment I did, but I'm making excuses for this 54-year-old woman who doesn't want to hang around her grandchildren. What I'm looking at the whole dynamic. First of all, it's sad. I already stated it was dysfunctional. I don't know how many times as a Black woman, I'm saying yes, this is dysfunctional of what's happened here. She's someone who has obviously she's gone down a lot of wrong paths and made poor decisions to even be living with her son, where she's now they're like on par as roommates.
Wait. Let me stop you there, Republic.
Sure.
And we're gonna have a conversation. I think in this city, that's an optimal setup because again, the Blacks are competing with the Hispanics. The Hispanics are multi-generational in their households. That makes it affordable. By themselves, the Hispanics probably couldn't do what they're doing. Izzy Bands just explained it. They're bringing multiple incomes into one household. They're buying one jar of ketchup, not three. They're buying relish and salsa. They're splitting it all. They're cooking. The Blacks, they're like scattering into the wind. The grandma want to pay rent. They tried to do it together. It was going to be cheapest for everyone. One utility bill for everything. Now they got to pay, pay this person when they had a subsidized rent, $1,300, $1,400 between 3 adults, grandmama, the mama, and the son. That's nothing. The Hispanics would have pulled that off in their sleep. Even if they had to work at Popeyes, they would have gotten it done. But Izzy has counseled large parts of the jobs that the blacks can do. He said that's beneath them. And mentally, they can't go above that. They've set the minimum wage so high in this city, many of these blacks are unhireable. Trust me on that. So now what's left? It's nothing.
Well, let's let her finish her.
Yeah, I wanted to finish.
Yeah,
let me just finish what I was saying. So, she's living with the son. I'll say she's paying. First of all, I hate that she's even in that position. I mean, this woman is just. I'm almost 53, so she's a year older than me, and she's having to live with a son and a daughter-in-law.
But see, that's not that bad, Republic. I don't think that's bad.
No. But John, just let me fit because I'm telling you how it can be.
All right, go ahead.
How it can be bad. Because again, if black people don't normally live like that, let's say they're Americans. Like most Americans have, you branch off from your. We used to call it your root family, your primary family, and then you have your own family. But and I'm sure she's not there because she's a widow or something, and she just wants to be there. They're not in a home, I guess, I don't know, it's apartment. They're splitting rent. Her situation is that this woman should be somewhere, still working, but living her own life and being able to participate in her grandkids' life as she chooses to, right? But she's having to split rent and live there with the son and his wife. I'm saying now then we hear that he's misusing the money and he's getting evicted. So then she's also expected to take care of the grandkids. Now, understandably, because she's the grandmother, because she's still grandma, so her son still expects that of her, and he probably insists upon it because, hey, you're living in my apartment. We're the leaseholder. You're living with us. Maybe I don't know if they all were on the lease together, but anyway, she. Probably not. So again, she probably felt taken advantage of. So it's not because she doesn't love her grandkids. It's just that, she's not in that grandmotherly space that a woman who has made, who's better decisions isn't in a situation where she has to be babysitter. So you're comparing.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So you're comparing a situation where, let's say, other people are still interdependent upon each other, but there is some trust there. So it's like, hey, if I'm doing this, I know my money's going to keep us, keep the rent paid. You're not pocketing it. You're not misusing it. And then we're all still getting kicked out. So then she feels like I'm getting kicked out with you. And I really didn't have I'm not on the lease. And I was taking care of the kids too. So maybe she just felt frustrated. I think people can still be frustrated and still love their grandkids.
I think she said she wouldn't take care of her kids. She said she wouldn't babysit them. Didn't she say that, John?
We could play a little bit more of it, but again, I think
she probably was doing it already, and then of course if she's getting put out.
Well,
I think
she said she was
working too.
But hold on for 1 second. Like, she's 54. And many 54-year-olds work full-time jobs, right? That's fair.
Of course.
Right? And by virtue of her living with her son, she was able to work a part-time job and live a decent life, right? Now, if the son could have done right and paid the rent, we never would have known this story, right? They would have been living in harmony in the house, subsidized rent, $1,300, everything's good. But it's that breakdown which caused all the problems. That lack of trust, which now they got to go all their separate ways. I think these people are going to have to, they need to try to do the Hispanic model, and they were trying it, but one was stealing from the other.
John, I would also want to know who was determined, like who else was, or the let's say the son and his wife or baby mama, were they was there an understanding that the grandma would be the babysitter because she's part-time? You see, when you make poor decisions, you can't enjoy your grandkids. I mean, I don't have kids. But it's like, you can't enjoy those things like normal people can because everyone is struggling. And that's what I'm saying. So calling a woman a piece of shit because she made a comment about her grandchildren.
That's the largest crock of shit I've ever heard. I've seen too many white people that are nothing but dirt poor, bottom feeding white trash, and they have a wonderful time with their grandkids.
And equally brave, there are black people who have too. I've seen that.
I know. Okay, I'm saying the people I'm around. You said that if they're struggling, it's hard to enjoy your grandkids, and I'm going, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I think in their case it is because you already have people who don't trust each other. She's living in an apartment. I'm talking about grandparents who have their own homes.
It's not due to their struggling. It's due to their mental illnesses. Then.
The distrust.
It's not about mental illness. It would be also due to people who are, when you're struggling, she's not trusting the son to pay the bills.
No, I think she trusted him.
Living together, John. There are times when people can cohabitate. Listen, John, let me say this. People can cohabitate and it's going to be functional. And it's going to be where I trust you. You're taking care of this. And yes, then she might feel like, okay, well, hey, maybe we're all taking part in it. But if she feels taken advantage of and used, this woman just might have a bad personality. Maybe she's not the grandma who should be doing that and was expected to, and they got just what they got. But, again, I think there's a lot of that too. So it's all case by case basis. But of course, I grew up around the types of black people who did. And my grandmother enjoyed us. My great grandmother enjoyed us. She even raised us, her and my great grandfather, after my parents divorced.
I think
assume that this is all black people. I know BeBrave. I know it's the black woman.
Black people.
Yeah, I know it's a black woman issue you have here.
No, it's
Go
it's
ahead,
not
John.
a black woman issue. It's black people.
Yeah, whatever. John, what was it?
Hold on, Republic. Like no one said all. But again, I think the thought becomes very pervasive in that it doesn't have to be all. Again, I showed a video. I posted a video this week of a Indian store owner giving me back $40 it dropped out of my pocket 4 days earlier. That's unseen, unheard of in the black community. You drop something, it's gone forever, unless you're willing to fight for it to get it back. And I think that lack of trust is all throughout the community. And this incident that this lady went through, hell, this ain't the first person her son is likely cheated. He probably didn't cheat everybody else. Now he end up with the only person that he can cheat now is his mother. And so this is why you don't see so many, don't see the things that you would see in higher trust societies.
And I hate to see this woman's put herself in that position this is still a young woman. I mean, to me, well, I consider myself still pretty young, even at 53. But yeah, John, so I just feel that I hate that it's like splitting rent with two other people and children. And so when you make that kind of bed, it's a little bit different than my grandma and great grandpa. They had their own home, so when the children came, it's like, yeah, you're happy to see them because you got the space, you have some comforts. Even if you are, let's say, poor, but we weren't poor, but I've seen that happen with even the poor people. You still love your grandkids, but this woman's feeling taken advantage of.
Well, I think one of the things,
and that doesn't make her necessarily a horrible person. It's because she felt taken advantage of, like, I don't even want to do this anymore. Now she's looking for a place to stay.
Well, I think one of the things you mentioned is space, and, blacks are not going to be able to afford that kind of space, right? They're going to have to kind of cohabitate in tighter quarters. I got a phone call on the channel where people call me slumlord, but there's some black women apparently having black men live in rooms together, charging them an exorbitant amounts of rent. this is a very expensive city, and I don't think the blacks have the skills to match up with the artificially high minimum wage. If you even hear this woman, she doesn't even work in DC. Think about that shit. She doesn't work in DC. She works in Virginia, where the minimum wage probably is not as high as DC. So she has to travel further out to a more expensive area. She works, like, this is very interesting as you think about it. If I would have put the map of DC up, she lives in the poor area around me. But all of her, where she works, she has to go to the affluent area. It costs about $5 a day on each way on the train. You got to catch your train there. You got to pay for it unless she's going to be a 54-year-old lady jumping the turnstile. That's $10 a day each way. I mean, round trip each day. There are no jobs around here. No, there's a black area.
What is it, $5 each way then, huh?
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. And they put in turnstiles where you got to be athletic to jump them damn things.
Yeah, it's funny. It's still cheaper than maintaining a vehicle and paying for the gas and insurance.
Yeah. In this city, because that's prohibitively expensive as well.
Yeah.
So, she's in a bind. And again, she's leaving the city with the artificially high minimum wage, going to an affluent area, but it's costing her a lot of money to get there. So it kind of cancels out in one way or another. And so she's just in a bind. And the only really way she has out of this is probably living with her brother, with her son. If they can somehow find a way to make peace there. Because she's going to go down through it trying to pay me rent and only making $500 every 2 weeks, $1,000 a month. Those numbers don't work.
She did sound like a very pleasant person.
She did. Yeah, she did sound pleasant. You want to hear the rest of that? Should we play the rest of that?
Yeah.
Oh, please.
All right, here it is. Yeah, 54-year-old lady. It's on the screen, yeah. Okay, that's not gonna work. So we have you don't have a boyfriend or anything, do you?
No, sir.
Okay, so we have a room. If you really just need something cheap, we have a room with a twin size bed. Not far from the other place I was telling you about, close to transportation. You seem like a nice lady. I'll work a deal with you. Just off the strength of me listening to you. It's a twin bed though, so that wasn't you can't have no boyfriend.
It's a bed.
But it's all furnished. It's a roof over your head. That's the most important thing, right?
Yes, sir.
The hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. And I know you only make $500 every 2 weeks. Is that right? $500?
Yeah, right now. Yeah, looking for something else.
What kind of work you doing?
I'm in management. This is a part-time management job. So.
Brave, I know you got something to say.
Goddamn retailer. Oh, okay. So she fucking unlocks it. Fuck, man.
What you do, Brave?
Management, yeah. I don't know. Black gotta exaggerate every fucking thing they do. Jesus Christ, it's a part-time flunky ass fucking retail job. God damn, get over it. Jesus.
Her weight, yeah, that's again, she would definitely need to go do something full-time. John, is that her only income? Does she get any other benefits? That's her only income. Yeah. My thing is, she's probably just so happy to get something, but I tell you, I couldn't even literally,
but you do understand what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
You do understand what I'm saying, Republic. There's a reason why she's working in the mall outside of the city. The wages in the city are too damn high for anybody to employ her. What skills does she have? You understand?
Right.
Now hold on a minute, John. Just hold it right there. Hold on. Motherfucker, that woman would have been far better off than to fucking jump in that train and going travel than to just, she'd been far better off to go right around the fucking corner and to get that job at Popeyes.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that.
What does Popeyes pay? Because I don't know. If she's making what, John, is that $1,000?
$18. Popeyes pays $18 an hour minimum wage.
Okay, she's only part-time? Why?
She get more than part-time.
Does.
She get more than part-time.
I'm not gonna say why.
No, I don't. I'm asking seriously. Why
I know.
Come on, Republic. Now. Come on.
Yeah, she's working. What does she get? Does she have other benefits? Is she getting? Can she not work so many hours because she's getting some type of some other subsidies?
Look, she says she's looking for something else, right? She says she's looking for something else.
Okay.
Right. And so, look, here's one of the things. I'm trying to prod these blacks, and you have to look outside of this turn the application in the economy, because really no one wants to hire you. Like, relative to the Hispanics, you're beneath them. I know Izzy Bands think that blacks are above Hispanics. They're not. I'm telling you, in the workforce, they're not. Do you understand what I'm saying, Brave?
Yeah. When you say the workforce, so when the workforce, you mean, I guess it's all relative, dependent on like what you do, what your education is. That what you're saying too?
You see this, Brave? You hear this?
Yeah. Republic, we're talking about
what's going on here?
We're talking about bottom feeding 2-bit losers, Republic.
We're talking about where most of the blacks are.
Oh, okay. So I was saying, I mean, well, like in my field, I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, we're talking about you, Brave.
We're
not talking about you.
We're talking about
how long have you been watching? How long have you been watching today?
I came in. This has probably been maybe 40 minutes at this point. I was in the chat a little bit.
All right. So we led off with Izzy Bands saying that Popeyes is demeaning work, and blacks should not go work there because it does not give them a proper lifestyle.
Izzy said that.
Yeah, it's on the clip. We played it.
Okay.
And the blacks in his chat were clapping like seals for that, saying, "Yeah, that's beneath us." Right. But I said, but the Hispanics are working there. They're not doing that to their detriment. They're doing that to get ahead. So if they can get ahead, then why can't the blacks get ahead by working at the Popeyes? They're standing in front of it. And he says because the blacks could be out on the street corners rapping or networking and selling drugs, and that's more profitable than working in the Popeyes. It's all on the clip. And he's not a lowly street corner hangout guy, but the mindset is still there. So that's what's interesting.
Okay, I do see what you mean. And let me just add this, because when it comes to Izzy, I did listen to some of what of the back and forth with Izzy, and Izzy's still doing the same thing. They're always talking about what they have, name brand type of things. And to me, I just don't see that as behavior. Like prudent men just aren't talking about name brand clothes and how much they spent for something. It's kind of that hood. It's like that hood rich behavior that Izzy exhibits. But going back to the Hispanics working and them being more valuable as employees. Yeah, you're right. I guess if we're talking about, because I don't like to call you like the bottom people to the bottom. I'm just saying that, skilled, unskilled, we have that.
No, Republic.
But
no, Republic. What? These people are at the bottom.
Yeah, we don't have to sugarcoat things here, Republic.
Because the reason why I say they're at the bottom, it's not just they're unskilled. And this is just my opinion. No one wants to deal with them. And again, like, I would go so far as to say, I don't think a black could even get a job at the Popeyes around the corner now, because the Hispanics are so taken over it.
I think if the right black walked in there, he could, John.
Well, I mean, there may be
John's attitude.
All he'd have to do is just not say, you know what I'm saying?
No, Bray. When I say Bray, like, there probably is a Hispanic manager at their Popeyes by now. It was all Hispanic.
If I was a black man and I wanted a job there, I guarantee you, I would get a job there, or there would be hell to pay.
Okay, so you're gonna have to raise some hell. Fair enough.
No, you wouldn't. I would be so well spoken, so well dressed,
or there'll be hell to pay, as you say. There's still an alternative.
So business-like that if you turn that down, you're gonna have to have a
break. When I was a young man, I'll tell you this: there was a grocery store in my hometown. It's called Gregerson's, and the blacks went there and protested, and they would go and get frozen food products, ice cream primarily, go to the counter and then not pay. Or they try to pay in pennies basically they clogged the grocery store to where no one would shop there. The white people stopped shopping there. And they were demanding jobs for the blacks. But there were no blacks really hired. They really wanted to work in the grocery store. So the grocery store eventually closed down after the blacks protested. I say that to say, if the blacks would have protested outside their Popeyes and say, you need to hire all blacks in here. Black ass niggas. The man, Popeyes would be closed in a year.
I'm not talking about protesting. I'm saying they'd be held to pay as an individual. You could go in and you could go to the franchise of Popeyes with no better than to discriminate against a fine, upstanding individual like that. It wouldn't even be a matter of protesting. I wouldn't rely on other blacks if I was a black man. I would just let the manager know. I don't know why I didn't get hired. I'm sure you're probably judging me by other idiots, but I'm not one of them. And please trust me, I will file complaints in the very correct and proper places if I don't have a job here, sir. I'm willing to come in here at $5 an hour for a week to show you what I can do.
Again, I agree with you. I think that mindset works. But again, Brave, man, even I've experienced what I was saying, shit.
Well, I'm just responding to you saying a black man might not be able to get a job.
I think honestly, Brave, I think they would be hard pressed.
I think it would be because of their presentation. You're correct. That's what that's why I said, if you go in there as a proper young black man, he's going to get hired.
We can go back and forth. We don't know. My thoughts are though.
Yeah, John, I don't usually agree with BeBrave, but I want to say, I don't know if you all remember, because I do want to add something else to this. Remember the old commercials? It was Calvin and the old McDonald's commercials. Calvin was like excited, happy. And this is probably what, the 90s or late 80s. Calvin.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was a little young black man. He got the job at McDonald's. He was so happy. He had a lot of pride. I think that when I've seen people, it's not about that it's fast food. It's just that if you have the right attitude and you have some good references, even produce references, because just because you're working a job that's considered like low wage job, you can still have pride in your job. And you go there, you prove to people, listen, I know what our image looks like, but that's not who I am. And I think that if they saw that, you see black people have a lot more credibility. But I just think that the chickens have come home to roost, and this behavior that, of black people being the face of what they're not going to do on a job, it's played out, and people are like, we're not falling for this anymore. So black people now have to be, whatever black folks said years ago, that we had to be the best at it. We had to show up and be. I think now that actually is the truth. I think now you have to do it.
I don't think it's a matter of them having to be better, but it is a matter of, wow, do they have to put on one hell of an initial first impression now?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think Brave.
That's what they're up against.
I think Brave from the white.
You're not what everyone said. What a lot of other black people have.
You better, your first impression better have a neon sign. I'm not one of those.
I think.
Yes, I'm not one of those.
I think Brave, though, you're not thinking like you're thinking like a white man, a fair white man. That's what I believe you're thinking like.
No,
I wouldn't call BeBrave a fair white man. I would call Brave I disagree. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go that far.
Brave. If you really listen to, you take the veneer, some of the harsher things he said. Brave is very fair. He's just telling you sitting around with his black grandkid. How the hell can you not be?
Republic, you'd be surprised at the young men that worked under me through my years, how much they enjoyed it.
I think,
and I ain't trying to be their buddies. They know a goddamn badass old white dude that's got a kind heart when they see it. Republic.
Yeah, I think my buddy Red talked to BeBrave, and if you guys listen to that stream, it was an early morning stream, and Red's a country boy, and we kind of grew up with a different level of respect for poor white people, because they were a little bit more forceful in their words and actions. And so they call us blacks have to be a little bit more honest with them, and I think Brave kind of fits into that. He's very honest. Like, you just up here telling conservative Jay, stop saying, you know what I mean. What you telling him, Brave?
He says, you know what I'm saying. after every fucking thing he says. And I'm saying this, Jay, if you're listening, if you were my grandson, you would not come in my fucking house with running that mouth like that.
And then there was another thing.
That's how detrimental that is. Republic, am I wrong on that?
There's another thing I want
on that. Yeah, that type of. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Hold on, John. I'm getting an agreement, John. Hold on. Republic, carry on.
Yeah, I'm saying I do. Know what I'm saying? Know what I mean? Yeah, please just don't do that. And even if you have to, Black people, let me tell you, but especially the people, I guess we're talking about. Oh gosh, I hate to like the. I don't know because it's not about uneducated, but the bottom of who you're talking about, or the people who are competing for the jobs that aren't like requiring 4-year degrees or they are skilled. I'm saying that you have to, even if go to YouTube, look at interview questions, look at how people are saying things, like just read the room. But I think I think Black people really just like the game has changed. No longer are people putting up with this, and no longer are they, giving you the victim label. And I've said this for a long time.
Let me let BeBrave say something here. Brave, I was talking to you on the phone one morning, and you were telling me about your approach to looking for jobs.
Yes.
And you told them that I'm only interested in the job if it has what?
Overtime.
You know what I'm saying? Right?
And I said it very nicely. I informed them that I have plenty of time on my hands, and I wish to turn that into money, and I'm looking for a job that has plenty of overtime available.
And so what I'm explaining to that, why I wanted him to repeat that is because if someone came to me and said, if I were employed, man, I'm looking for as much work as I can get my hands on. That's the kind of person I want to rent to him. I know he's going to be out here on the hunt. You don't hear that kind of mindset. And, I think that, you hear it in the lady working part-time, right? 54 years old, working part-time, able-bodied, should be working full-time. Right?
Yeah.
Doing it. You hear Izzy Band saying, that job is beneath me. He damn sure ain't looking for overtime work. He want a job that pays him 40 hours. Just remember what he said. How many hours did he say? In his example, he didn't talk about any overtime or anything like that, did he, Brady?
No.
Right? See what I'm saying? See what their mind is. Their mind is more or less.
And also weigh in one more time on that woman with the overtime, because again, y'all, there's so many other variables. But her, I would have been like, listen, if she was, living with her son and she didn't want to be a babysitter, because not every woman is at maternal like that. She should have been working full time, but I think that they all just did enough to make that $13.79 rent. So for her, because she was living with the son, her son, she's like, okay, I can just work part-time because we all can make the rent with that. She's going to have to do more. And especially now that she's by herself. But it's going to be easier by herself, but she's got to pick up. She has time to pick up her hours.
How is it going to be easier by herself?
I think it's going to be easier because now she can work. She's not having to be there to take care of the grandkids. She doesn't have kids.
In Fairness Republic, she probably wasn't doing any full-time babysitting, or any, real extensive babysitting. She probably was.
But we don't know, because at the same time, if
she didn't complain
isn't on John. But I've seen a lot of these examples of these women that feel like,
Republic, you kind of had to hear how she spoke about watching her grandkids.
Yeah.
It wasn't good. John, let me say this right quick. Blacks Who Defy. You know what? No matter how many we call each other a jerk, Blacks Who Defy, I would enjoy working with you a lot too. Trust me. I can tell a black man that I'd get a kick out of working with, and you would be one of them. I'll give you that.
Hey, Blacks Who Defy, I can't see any comments or anything. John, can I give you an example about my mom? And this
there'd be a lot of laughing going on. I'm sorry.
Relates to this, my mom had. John, I'll tell you about my mom. She remarried, so she was a widow by this time, and then she was she went to live with my brother and his wife, and he's a retired Marine, and so after she got there, my brother was like, "Hey, I want you to come here, Mom. You know, stay with us, you know, for a while because you know you're widowed now." So she went out to live with them, and she felt like she's like, "I'm a grandmother, you know. I mean, I love my grandsons." But it was like she felt like my brother and his wife were like, "Okay, you're grandma, so that's your role. You're the matriarch, and we're giving more to you." So she felt like they were kind of dumping the grandkids, even though she loved my nephews. So that's what I was saying. It wasn't like what BeBrave talking about. This woman was a piece of shit or something like because she's a black woman and she had this opinion. This woman's situation was wholly different than my mother's. My mother could take care of herself because she was left pretty well after she's widowed. But I'm just saying that's what I'm saying.
I guess it generally.
That's all. I'm just giving another opinion of how you can take advantage of someone because they're the grandmother.
Yeah, for sure. I think the general theme of what we're trying to touch on is like, at least in this topic is like the distrust, the people stealing my bikes, the people stealing from each other. I mean, it really takes people down. You can't build on where everyone is distrusting, calling everybody liars, stealing from each other. And that is what you see in spades in this situation, in that they're all going to be worse off for one person stealing from the matriarch of the family, ironically enough.
I hate she was in that situation too, John.
Yeah. However John, she got there. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm so sorry, y'all. I just want to say this. I don't know if you've seen that clip. It was a older black woman. She was I believe the aunt of, or maybe a grandmother or the aunt of a black woman who she and her baby daddy, I think it was, they got put out of a hotel with their 2 kids. And so they come to her in the middle of the night. This was viral. And the older black woman, she said, "Well, yeah, you can stay and the kids," told the woman, and the children, they could stay. She said, "But he's got to find his own place." And this man was just so upset. He was like, "What do you mean? You gonna put me out in the street?" And then the baby mama, which is the older woman who they went to her house to live with, she was like, "Well, no, maybe she'll change her mind." But it was like, I felt like women, you have to put yourself in a different position. Don't ever put yourself in a position where you're relying on someone else for food and shelter. You just can't afford to. That's what I would say.
Unless, of course, you're a housewife.
If you're a housewife and you're with a man, that will definitely be brave, who you can can trust.
That's what
he has demonstrated competency.
Yeah,
he's committed to his family,
and
he has something to lose.
You did do the equivalent. Hold it. You did do the equivalent of all. You said never, and I'm going, now wait a minute. Now, I can say not all here because you said never. I'm saying not never. You got to be careful. But if a woman finds the right man, she can put herself entirely in his. She can put herself entirely in his house.
If you find the right man, but a lot of times today the men are talking about how women are users and users.
Everything's all true. I'm just saying.
Be right. Even me, just working part time now. I'm getting to where I'm retire from nursing. My future husband, we're getting married in May, so I don't know if y'all know that, but end of May. But he'll probably outwork me, and he's much older than me. But I'm getting to where it's like I'm wanting to retire. But for women, if you don't have a situation like that, you just be careful. Don't just keep having kids with men you can't trust. I mean that. And why is that wrong for me to say? If you're a woman, just be careful. Choose wisely.
Yeah,
that's all. For men too. I won't say it because I know y'all are gonna be like, "What about the men?"
I would even go with you, Republican. Say, women, the men that can take care of you spiritually and financially. Not forget the finances. Just a good man. They're few and far between.
Yeah.
So be very careful.
Republic. What would you think if you heard a man say, he was unemployed, and he said work is demeaning.
I would see. I just, to me, that just wouldn't need that. That's also anti-biblical. It would just be like.
Izzy. Well, listen to Izzy.
No. No. Before you go there, it's Hispanic people, correct?
Correct. Okay. Now, can I ask you a question? Why do you think that is?
Because so-called fast food places, as a grown ass person that has real bills to pay, is demeaning. And
what do you think about that, Republic?
I think work isn't demeaning. Anything that is not, now, if it's not compromising your soul. Now, I would say, to me,
but listen again.
I'm just saying now, I think sex work is something else. But anyway, but I know what this black man meant. He has this haughty attitude of, black folks are not supposed to be doing that. Yeah, that is demeaning, and that's a mentality.
Well, that's nice of you to call it a haughty attitude. I think it's an indication of some severe mental problems. And I mean, I'm not just saying that. If you're sitting there talking about some sort of work that you as somebody who's just not qualified for anything other than entry-level work, and you're telling that man that there's anything that's beneath you, this is a severe mental problem.
It's the nerve.
Problem. And a lot of black men have that mentality. That's the problem.
And also something else I was going to say, BeBrave, when he mentioned entry level, this was something I used to talk about 15 years ago. The difference is entry level work was never meant for, let's say, persons like, let's say if you are 30 and above, you just weren't meant for entry level work. So what we have here, we have a lot of older people now competing for jobs that the younger people are supposed to have, like to get their little feet wet. And I think that's what happened. I think that we just have, there's so much of it's kind of a,
there's still way too many young people that there's jobs out there. And like I said, there's plenty of jobs out there. No, they ain't paying shit. The point is if you want to call it biblical, I'm game.
Hold on, Brave. The hell they ain't. They're paying $17 an hour minimum wage here in DC. That's a hell of a wage. That's it. Popeye's fried chicken. That's it. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Wherever the hell you work. This is where I am, right here. Right. Can you see my? You see this highlight here. This is where I am. I'm more or less right in here, but for the sake of argument, this is where I am. The Hispanics that work in at Popeye's Fried Chicken, this is where they live, all over in here. That's a hell of a commute. They come all the way down here.
Oh, so what's Miles? What's the commute? I can't tell by that.
Well, they probably are commuting by train.
Right. So the miles.
So usually by time here, it'd be like a 45-minute train ride.
Okay, that's a commute.
Right, that's a good commute. You know what I'm saying?
I always said if I can't walk to a job, I don't want it.
because again, like what they're doing is
quite that, but it was damn. If I can't ride a bike to a job, I didn't take it. That's
because what I'm saying here, Brave, is that the Hispanics are coming through the downtown corridor to get here. They're passing through a lot of jobs, right? These are where you see all these businesses right here. And then they come over here where you don't see any businesses other than the Popeyes and shit like that. So they've taken over all the jobs over here. And the blacks, if they have a competitive advantage because they're right here at the job, right? They should never be late. They should never be in traffic, train delays, anything.
Think of how that ups their income. I mean, I know it's not income, but I mean, think how much less income that they have to spend in transportation.
Right. On transportation. Again, so you're seeing my point here. And they can't even take advantage of those competitive advantages that they innately have just by being located close to the job. the Hispanics are coming all the way from the other side of the metro area to take these jobs. That's a hell of an accomplishment by them. Because it does. Hey, I'll tell you this: it doesn't work the other way around. These blacks over here in Southeast cannot go up in that Hyattsville Hispanic area and find work, right? Nor can they go to the South in the black areas and find work. They have to go downtown or to Virginia, Arlington, where the black lady works. All of that costs money, right? So the city subsidizing by letting them.
What do you think a white man would have? What do you think problems a white man would have with getting jobs where the Hispanics are just really concentrated?
He'd come in, he'd be hiring them more or less. He'd have a business where he probably would hire them.
Well, we're talking bottom feeders, bottom feeding white dude. Is he going to
do something? He could work with them.
Yeah.
Or he could work with other white people. Or he could work with the guy that rich like
get in with the Hispanics. I think Spanish people have a lot of tolerance for white people.
Yeah. Brave, I was on the bus. Republic, I was on the bus today. Here are a couple of things I saw. I'm just going to go down my Twitter before we get out of here. So this lady came and sat down between two white men. You see this picture here? And her boyfriend is to the left of her, to the right of her. To the left of her. Be to your right, as we're looking ahead on it. Her weave flew over on the man's shoulder to her left, which would be to our right. You see this? Her boyfriend told her, hey, your weave is on his shoulder. And she moved the weave. Brave, what would you think of someone weave?
No, 10 years ago, it wouldn't bother me, but knowing what I know, because I did not know how long black women wear those things. All right. I was not aware of that until Tommy Sotomayor pointed out that some women have them things on their head for 3 and 4 weeks or longer. If knowing what I know now, I'd be looking at it like a biohazard. Nasty ass bitch. Keep that nasty thing off of me.
She moved it
I
too.
tell her where that motherfucker's been.
She moved it too, Brave.
How do you wash your weave? Do you run the weave under the side, under the faucet or something? Is it ever washed? No, it would. I mean, I wouldn't make a fuss, but I'd be going. I tell you what, if it was on a coat, I'd be relieved. If it was on a shirt, I tell you what, I'd change that fucking shirt the minute I could.
Okay, so John, let me take that. So the woman's weave was touching another man's jacket, and her black boyfriend said, "Your weave is on his shirt."
He told her, like, yo, your weave is on his jacket. The man to the right in the picture, and she.
Okay, but no. Let's break it down. We'll get to the other stuff. I know y'all can't wait. That
I'm just questioning. Did that color boy know his place or something?
No, it's not. I mean, I'm not saying like you're touching another man. So look. Why are you touching? But this is let's just go to the hair thing, because again, like I've always said.
Jealousy.
I know that somehow, and this is just hear me out.
Okay.
There it is, Brady. There it is, Republic. There it is, so you can further see the context.
So
she
the
man
has
with the tie on, her weave fell on the man with the tie, and so her boyfriend is standing
who's
up
her boyfriend? The boyfriend is the man to the
standing up.
Okay, so basically, let me tell you what this is giving. First of all, black woman, I know you already know. I don't know if Uniquely is still in the chat, but I'm saying, I don't know. I don't care what the situation comes to, John. This is a call out to you. Your hair or your weave or your makeup is going to always come into play. But this is a black man, right? And he's like, he wanted to embarrass her to let her know, well, look, your weave is there. Like, he wanted to humiliate her that even though any part of her was touching, if her purse or her jacket had been touching, it came down to, listen, John, I know you're laughing. Just hear me out, y'all. Because again, I think that there's a lot of a level of and it's just kind of needing to shame these black women for.
No, I don't think he shamed her. I'm gonna put it in context. No, I don't think he shamed her. He more or less like, hey,
she's not. Well, this man isn't looking at her like she's harming him or something. It's that not only did this black man need to bring it out. It was about this man being white, and you don't know this white man is next to you. Your weave is touching him, so it's probably like a shaming type of thing. But
what do you think?
Let him finish. I have more. I have more in the chamber.
Well, first let me say this: if they look like they were a couple that cared about each other,
the black man and the black lady are a couple. They got on the train together.
I'm telling you, this is me. Everybody thinks I'm some jerk. Me, if that couple got on the train in order to have that lady, if that black man gave her the seat out of that appreciation for his behavior, I would have got up and said, "Here, you sit next to your lady. I can stand."
Fair enough. Yeah, I can go along with that. But
yeah, the weave touching my jacket wouldn't have been upsetting to me. But except that,
you just said it would. So don't.
I was just getting there. Republic. I was getting there. You interrupted me. However, in modern times, knowing what I know, now it would not upset me. I wouldn't be, the world's coming to an end, but I'd be flicking it off my fucking jacket.
You don't want that weave touching your brain?
No, hell no. There's too much nastiness in them fucking things and too large in numbers.
Right. And the thing is too, we don't know if her hair weave is nasty. I guess we don't even know who's wearing. Wait a minute. Well, this is the thing. This black man needed to make sure that he wanted her, this black woman he's with. That's why I tell you, black women, y'all, well, white men like the BeBrave types of. I'll say avoid them, but I'm saying your issue is not typically white men. Your issue is going to be black men who want to, like, you're with them if they humiliate you because you're wearing weave. But other women who do, when they do wear hair extensions, no man brings it out and needs to humiliate them with, you're wearing a weave, your hair is fake. No one else does that.
Hold on,
so
whoa.
I did say that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I did delineate a BeBrave between you and others.
We're going to white trash land.
No, I have a whitey. Hold on.
Jump on the white trash.
Whitey too.
Hold on. Jump on the white trash.
I have a whitey. He's conservative.
Come on, Republic. One at a time now. Come on, one at a time.
Okay, I'm sorry. My bad.
With me here, Republic. You show me some white trash hillbilly woman with fucking some extensions in her hair for 3 weeks, and a white man will say, "You stinky ass, greasy headed bitch, get that thing out of your head." What do you mean we ain't riding them about that?
You don't know. Well, first of all, you don't know if that woman make sure she washes her wig, because there are black women who wear wigs.
I guarantee you.
No, okay. So you guarantee it.
Yeah, I guarantee you, if it's known that she's got that nasty thing in there for any length of time without washing that head, white men are going to tell her, "You nasty bitch, get that shit out of your hair." What are you talking about, Republic?
What I'm saying.
We aren't afraid about women like you, like black men are.
Okay, listen. What I'm saying is this: if this is first of all, listen to what I'm saying. I know I'm right about this. What I'm saying is, we don't know if that woman was nasty. That black man was just sitting there, probably pissed off that she's sitting there. There's two white men sitting next to her, so he's like, he wants to shame her.
No.
Okay.
He told her to sit
Why
down.
don't you let me finish, John? You don't have to agree. Let's let me finish it out.
He told her to sit down. He told her to sit down between the two men. So that's
her hair was next to that man's, and then all of a sudden it comes because of where her hair is dirty. We don't know if this woman may wash her hair every night. She may cleanse her scalp and put on a wig. I get it that there are people who don't, but what I've noticed is that the black woman's hair has become it's an easy shame tactic that black males, especially, I'm saying, and the types of white males. Okay, why are you, John? if you can
Republican, I had to go
dominate
there.
me over the point, you can just let me finish, can't
Go
you?
ahead. I'm sorry.
If I'm
Go ahead.
wrong, I can be wrong.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm
Go
not
ahead. Sorry.
wrong, but
Go
I'm saying if you have the better argument, then just do that. But you don't have to interrupt. What I'm saying is that her hair, this black male, I'm telling black women all the time, you're black women, you have been black men's biggest PR supporters, and they've been your worst. That's all I'm saying. So when we talk about weave and hair, no one else is sitting up worrying about that. Whether it's not, if you're a clean woman, you clean your hair and you cleanse your scalp, and your wig just happens to be touching someone. The fact that her black boyfriend needed to say that says more about him. That's all I'm saying.
Brave.
Probably
I got a question. Hold on. Brave, I got a question for you.
What's that?
Describe what you see right here.
Well, I see two white people that wishes they didn't have to ride that fucking train with black people. Number one.
Okay.
I guarantee you that.
Okay.
Look at the look on this guy's face. Then the other guy, he's looking down like, yeah, I got to find a way to just distract myself from the reality of two black people because he's every day on the train, he deals with blacks, I'm sure.
Now we're coming from a white area. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna give y'all context. We're coming into DC or headed toward DC. At this point, there are majors on the train.
There's what?
Like major general. I said there's one guy on the train. He has a uniform on. He's headed to the Pentagon. So we're on the Blue Line train headed toward official DC, the Pentagon City, where the 54-year-old lady worked. These are affluent people here. Well, these are upper income people. Everybody on the train, more or less. There's some stragglers. Like I don't know what this black lady makes, but by and large, there are a lot of upper income people on the train. And so these two blacks, and she sits here. So that's the context. Now go ahead and tell me what you see here, Brady.
No, I just I see regular ordinary people in probably a safe ride on a public transportation.
It's very quiet.
Yes, with two black people that are suffering the reputation that precedes them in the black culture. Because I'm telling you,
black lady, how would you describe her, Brave?
Those two white men do not want to be next to her. What I see in her,
this black lady, Brave.
This black lady, I see a little, probably could be a little sweetheart. Probably a nice little lady, pleasant.
Attractive? No attractive?
No, she's not attractive, but she's
okay.
It looks to me she stayed slim. She has stayed slim, it looks like. Bless her heart. So bless her heart. And if her boyfriend really is appreciative of her, she could be a very wonderful little woman, and her man could be very, it could be an exception to the rule.
This is a fairly tall black man. You can see his height relative to the the pole and everything. Yeah, so he's at least 6 feet tall. Looks like he may work somewhere, decent job. He doesn't live around blackies. He's getting on train in the morning, heading in to work. Looks like they don't live around blackies. He makes enough money not to live around blackies. This could be $70,000 to be $60,000. You think he's gonna sell it for Sister Gal? If that was her natural hair, do you think he would have told her to get your beautiful flowing natural hair off his shoulder?
It would have been hard to be flowing, but I mean, I don't know.
Would you have been bothered if some nice flowing hair?
I think. What do you think is his motivation, John? I think maybe is Republic Room having a point? I mean, could it be that he's just saying, "Excuse me, you're my woman. Take your hair off of that man's shoulder."
You don't want me to tell you what I think going on right here.
Yeah, I do.
I'm gonna give it to you. It's gonna be ugly, Brady. It's gonna be ugly, but you can take it. You can take it. Here's what's going on here. This is DC, by the way. It's Washington, DC metro area.
Yes.
Look at it. He looking at, man, I can do better than this. That long nasty ass weave. I gotta tell her to get it off that man's shoulder and shit. She ain't that attractive. This DC area. I got a good job. I can do better. I'm telling you. I live here. I've dated here. This is a tall man in the upside down black dating world.
John, may I say this?
I'm telling you, that square don't fit into that
Go
little
ahead.
hole.
I know. John,
I'm just telling you, that square don't
John,
fit
you're
into
just
that
a
little
mean man. You're just
no,
a
it's not
mean
about his
man.
mean.
You
No,
are.
first of all, John's a black man, so I expect everything he said.
You expect
But
that
this
out
is
of
what
him?
John, let me say this. He's a tall man. So first of all, this woman, nothing about this woman looks unkempt. Her scarf is nice. Whether or not she's wearing a wig or weave, it's probably a wig, and whether it's dirty, he needed to humiliate her and say that. And first of all, he's a black man, so he's on the train. He's letting them know. He's probably made it known. So these white men are like, I don't want any trouble with this black man hovering over us. So they are sitting to the side. And this black woman, who, if this man, because of his height, you say he's tall, he's with her because what? Maybe she's taking care of him. We don't know. We don't know all the dynamics, John, but I understand that him making that comment or whoever made the comment about weave, this woman is her hair doesn't even look a hot mess. You know, it looks like it's kept.
How her hair look to you, bro?
Oh, I would say that from a distance, I don't know if you can even tell if weave is dirty or not.
But that black man wanted to make sure he let them know if he did say that, or if this is just some caption, John. John, is there more to the video? I think I saw you.
It is not video. But let me put something else into perspective here. This is what.
But why, John? If he thinks he can do better, why does he need to talk about her weave to other men? He was jealous that this woman was sitting next to two professional-looking white men.
No, he told her to sit down. I keep reminding you. He told her, hey, you know.
Well, he told her to sit down. Okay, well, I guess he's being a gentleman. That's usually what men are supposed to do.
He's been a gentleman. He said, look, there's only one seat there. Go sit down between. Look. Can anyone see her hairline?
Why are you worried about her hairline, John? And John, this is what I'm looking for. But right, and this is what I always tell John. I know this is what. Just let me finish this.
Look, I'm just keeping
John,
it real.
I think that there is a pettiness to a lot of black males that I always know it's going to come down to. If I were on a show. And I would already have written out cards or, like church fans, and I'd write on them what the black man will bring up. Hair, weave, nails, something like that about black women. And weave would always come up first. But I don't know if that man said that, but did he say that to her? Is that what you're saying? Was there video or audio recording? Did he say that to her? Your weave is on this other man's coat.
Yeah, he told her that. He he subtly. He didn't say, "Hey, your weave on her." He just said, "No, he didn't." I didn't say. I wouldn't say he.
Controlling man. So why are you worried about? And so what those men did, they were like, "Guess what? This black man, because they know y'all are violent and you're hyper emotional. So they were like, let me go ahead and sit away. I don't want nothing of this woman to be touching me because I don't want this man to sit up and fight us." And then they'll be brave would be the polar opposite of you saying, "Oh, I don't want that nasty weave on me." So again, you two are just like
I ain't stupid. I wouldn't let them know I'm thinking that.
Don't call me stupid. Don't call me stupid.
I didn't. I said I ain't stupid.
A lot of people would.
Go ahead. I did not. I said I am not stupid. I wouldn't be sitting on a train saying, "Get your nasty ass weave off me." God.
That's what you be thinking, though, Brave.
I'd be thinking I'd be saying, "Oh, my fucking God."
Right, you'd be thinking it because of the
Republic.
But at the same time, nothing about this woman to people in the chat. I know that I can be polarized, but what I'm saying is this: I get on black women too. I get on, the black community, but especially I address what I think how black men are, and I think a lot of them get a kick and a hard on by wanting to debase and degrade you, and whether it's weave or not. So again, this was just this woman. She just sitting there. This woman looks polite, polished. She's quiet. She's not wearing a bonnet. It doesn't even matter. But again, that black male needed to make sure he said to her, "Get your weave off this man." If that's the case, John said he said it.
Maybe he just knows his place in the white culture.
He just what?
I'm not gonna say that again. I was just
no. Repeat what you said. I didn't hear you.
No, I was just playing around.
No, I didn't hear you. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
I don't want to repeat it.
Why? Well, it's like I said to black women, and when you do date out, don't date the type of men like BeBrave. I think BeBrave clear. And black, yes, I said this. No, and I mean this. Oh no, this is serious. This is all seriousness for black women. It's like
why do you think?
Listen,
hold it. Why do you think
the fact that her husband comes into it is? Go ahead.
What is it about me? Since you said that, there has to be something you can put your finger on pretty quick. What is it about me?
Because you typically do this. You've said some very. It's like vicious things, and I thought, why the heck is this guy even
wait a minute, hold it. Why in the hell would that stop me from treating a black woman that I appreciate like a queen?
Yeah, whatever, Brave. And that's a whatever, as they say, 10 toes down, whatever. So let me finish what I was saying.
You're mean. You're just mean.
I'm not mean. I'm not mean. No, actually, yeah, mean. I'm not mean. I'm telling it like it is. And I want for black women to know this, that at the end of the day, no matter what your hair looks like, whether you wear weave, extensions, and whether they look nice and clean, and you wash your hair every day, and you whatever you do, well, black people don't necessarily have to wash your hair every day, but if you wash every 2 or 3 days, your hair will need to be called out by black men. And this black man said that to her to humiliate her. And it's always black women who sit there and you will defend these black men, and look at what he said. And these men, the white men sitting next to her, were like, we don't want any trouble. After this black man said it, he humiliated her, but he also wanted her to realize, you better not, look, I will embarrass you for these white men, because black men feel less than white men. So they wanted to make sure she felt humiliated. He's also as ticked off that he has to stand and she's sitting, because he sees himself as a woman.
Hold on, Republic. There was a seat right directly across from her. He could have sat next to me. He just chose to stand.
I know they're probably thinking, I hope that y'all don't think I'm over talking and all this stuff.
Well, let me get back to the central point what I was making earlier. What I think is the upside down dynamics again here in America, in the black community, particularly in the dating. You see me.
Hi, Ivan. Hi, Ivan.
You see me highlight all kind of black dysfunction within the dating scene. You've even heard Jeremy come here, stay in my house, and he said, man, like the black dating scene, he said, like it's just a bunch of effing. You heard Jeremy say that. Not my words. That was Jeremy's word on his short time here. And I'm telling you, you look at that lady's hairline, right? That's what weave does to hairlines when they wear it extensively. Her hairline is basically damn near back by her ears. You see this? Does anyone see this? At the top of her head.
I see her hairline, John, and that was probably, again, she has damaged hairline because she's probably been dealing only with black men.
Do you hear this, Brave?
I know.
What was the word you just said? The word you just said was damaged.
She deals with black.
Wait a minute. Bro Jenkins, does he live in D.C.? Is that the one guy who lives in D.C. or that Artifacts 1 and 2? But Brave, up under that weave or wig probably is not much hair.
Well, it could be.
Say what?
There couldn't be.
There cannot be. That's correct. And
John, what difference does it make? I'm asking you.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Please.
And so here is a man about 6 feet tall, It looks like he has a job somewhere. Matter of fact, I know he has a job now because he has a badge on his waist. So he has an office job, more than likely. You see this? See the badge on his waist?
Yep.
He could have a security clearance. He's on the train line where a lot of people go to Pentagon and shit like that. He's probably got a halfway decent job, right? This is his girlfriend. Anyone see where I'm going here with this?
Yeah.
That he's probably using her.
I gotta keep going.
Her.
Do I gotta keep going? Can y'all breathe?
Keep on going, John, and go ahead.
Right.
Keep on going.
Right. So where's her hairline? Where's her hairline? In the middle of her head. Right in the back. Do you think that he could do better? That is the question. Huh? Question. In the black
I would
community,
say no. I would say no. He's with the type of woman who he's always going to be with that, with whatever you think. Say, John, this is what. He probably is always that type of male who a woman is going to be helping to support. And the fact that it doesn't even matter. Whoever she was, he was going to try to humiliate her if she's a black woman about her hair. So he needed to embarrass her.
He clearly is conscious about her hair.
He's yes, he goes, John, listen, let me finish this. If they're together, he's sleeping with this woman every night, so he knows about her hair.
Every night.
Well, okay, so John, that's his girlfriend. Did you say that was his girlfriend?
I don't know what their relationship is, right?
Okay, so you don't know what this relationship is. So they're not a couple.
Well,
so guess what? Wait, John. Let's go back to this.
An intimate relationship, right?
John, is this man dating this woman? That's the first question.
They have some type of intimate relationship, right?
How do you know it's intimate?
Say what?
What do you say? Because intimate doesn't mean sexual. So when you say intimate, do you know he knows her? Are they co-workers?
No, they're not co-workers. Right?
So what are they?
Either I don't know the nature of their dating. Maybe they just not getting to know each other.
So
or they could have been together. Or they could have been together for 6 months or whatever.
Okay, we don't know that.
I do know this. I do know this. Here is a young man in a highly, volatile dating market. He's got height. He's not ugly. He's got a decent job. And then I look at the woman and I'm like, yeah, that square peg.
John, I need you to first of all, be brave. I'm glad you're still up here because usually by now you'd have dropped off. So this is what, John, I'm asking you.
Brave. Well, let me ask Brave. Do you see where I'm going with this, Brave?
No, I think there's a good chance he could have done better.
Right. That's fine. When you say do better,
you got to remember, folks. White women are dating black men in larger numbers these days. Latino women,
pretty women on this train too,
they are, and they're getting. You know what? BeBrave. I can't wait to address that with you. Thank you. Please, stick that. I have to say, put a pin in it. But I want to say this, John. So you don't know if this woman is this man's girlfriend, because I've watched where black men, even at times where, first of all, for the past 26 years, I stopped dating black men. I was only into white men, so now I be married to a white man. But I want to tell you this: black men would on purpose make comments like either some type of a that's what you're doing, or something like that, something rude in public. If I were having this way before I was engaged, or in different times when I was dating white men, they would make comments, ugly comments, just something to make a black woman uncomfortable.
This is what I'm saying.
Let me finish, John, please. Because you've made some assumptions. What you're saying is that I don't know these people's relationship, but I know that whenever I see a black woman who's doing this, she's with this man, you're looking at his height, you're saying, well, guess what? He could do better. Then he would be doing better. Then he's using her. And guess what? Until he's able to get his money up to be with someone else, this is the kind of man who's going to still be using women. He just didn't listen, John, let me finish.
All right.
Hear me out.
I am.
Because this is this happens all the time. This isn't new, and this is something I have followed for many years, 20 plus years. I'm used to this. I've seen it. Black women have told me about it. Plus, I've seen it. He wants to humiliate her because she's sitting by white men, and a lot of times, what I notice black men do, they want to humiliate black women to other men because it's like.
Brave, do you think he was humiliating her? Brave, do you think he was humiliating
about her weave is on somebody?
I think there was something going on in his head that wasn't quite completely considering her welfare.
This is what I'm trying. This is
constantly with black men, but it was he wanted to humiliate her. Her weave, John, and his wife's always weave. And I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm saying, go ahead.
So let me explain. You look at this woman, her hair is starting in the middle of her head, as I explained to you. This man is getting up, going to work, coming home to that.
John, why is he doing? Then guess what? Leave her. You don't have to tell somebody else.
Look,
see, this
hey, I'm not
John.
Hold on a minute. Hold on, John. Hold on. We don't know what that little girl's body looks like. And it don't look like
black men living up with white women who are
hold it. Let me finish. And it don't look like she's loaded up with extra fat. She could have a body that'll knock a man's eyes out. Forget her face. That could be why he's with her.
I'm telling you, like that hair starting in the middle of her head. When she take that weave off, when she take.
Do you have anything else to say about the woman's hair? You keep talking about her hairline starts at the middle of her head. Okay.
Right. When she takes that weave off, like this is the best she's going to look right here with that weave.
But then he should be with someone else already, John. First of all, he's a black man. You all claim to be the most desired men, which I don't know how you could be if you're from the most undesirable women. How do the most undesirable produce the most desirable men? John, let me finish.
I'm not talking about that, but hold on.
John, let me finish.
But you didn't let me finish. You said she destroyed her hairline. You said that.
I said if her hairline is destroyed, she deals with black men.
Well, it looks
That's
like okay. Well,
yes,
I'm not even attributing blame. I'm just accepting her hairline being destroyed is fact.
But we don't know what her hairline really looks like.
We can look at her hairline and see that she's pushed back.
But John, different ethnicities of black people have hairlines that seem to like they're not. All their hairlines are a little bit different.
Brave,
again,
please help me. Brave.
You know what? No,
I've already come down that I bet you her body just screams luscious.
But you know what? But let me say this. I don't care what her body is screaming. I think that this is a sad part. Okay, so let me finish. Whatever her body is screaming, and it's sad because then that means that she's just being used by her body by this black male. I'm sure she's paying the bills. But what he needed to do, what that black man needed to do, as John is doing, bringing out because we really don't even know but if he even mentioned her weave, that is something to humiliate her with.
Right,
as it's saying, black women.
Republic, hold on.
John, please, I won't let you gaslight.
No, but you've already repeated yourself. He's humiliating her. Okay,
but you keep saying her hairline.
Right, could you let me finish my point? I agree that maybe I don't think overtly he was humiliating her like you do.
No, he was overtly humiliating her.
Hold on. But
did he say weave or hair? Did he say weave? Did he say weave or hair?
He didn't say weave. He just told him, just gave her a nudge, like subtle, like, hey, your hair's on his shoulder.
No, why did you say weave, John? Because that's what you think.
He didn't say your weave, but what I'm saying
to you, John, you're gonna get caught on this because at the same time you stated that. And that's what that little caption says, weave. And this is what black males will use to humiliate black women. It's always something about weave. In other words, it's trying to say that you are lesser of a woman because your hair does not express itself biologically in the way that other women's hair expresses itself from the scalp.
Hold on, Republic.
Right, you know it, John.
Hold on, stop. Hold on, Republic.
I hope I'm not making y'all mad to check.
No,
I'm trying to be
hold your fire for a second. You said the lady damaged her hairline. By
I said
the
if
look
it's
of it.
damaged, John. No, I said if it's damaged, it's
All right,
because
if
she
it's
deals with
damaged,
black
but it
men.
looks to be damaged. I think people in the chat also agree. Brave, you look at it, this shit is
So,
starting to be. It's starting to
so
more
her hair is
important.
damaged. She has a wig on, but you can tell she's a damaged hairline.
We can blame the black men for the damaged hair. Okay, fine.
John, what part of Africa is she from? Is she?
I don't know
What
what
is
part
she?
of Africa she's from. I don't know.
Right,
I
because
didn't
I
ask
see
her.
a lot of African women with hairlines way to the back.
Right, and I don't think that's attractive by any means.
So it's not attractive.
No, I don't think it's very attractive, and I think that in a diverse society where men can go outside of their racial lines and things like that and pursue more attractive women, this woman is at a disadvantage with her hairline being in the middle
So
of her head.
pursue those women and leave her alone, and you
I
don't
think
have
that's
to humiliate her.
I think kind of a little bit of both happens. They pursue those women while sleeping with this woman till they can get to that woman.
Well, I said that too, John. I didn't say he's probably using her. She's probably taking
So that's kind of what I see in this picture here. Is
but he wanted to make, but he understood that his towering height would be intimidating to these white males who he knows they aren't going to sit up and fight it. No, listen, John, y'all hear me out again, because John, you repeat stuff too. What I'm saying is this. These after he made that comment to her publicly about, looking at her, and they can tell by his stares, those intimidating, menacing stares that these black males give, they probably move to the side, not because they didn't want to sit by this black woman. It was just because, maybe BeBrave would feel that way, but I'm saying that they just moved because that black man was making comments. And that's why they did it. And that black male knew why he did it. He did it on purpose. And my thing is, for black women like this, understand that no matter what race these black men get with, their results are ended up the same as yours. Just saying. And that's what I've noticed. So I just look at the stats.
All right. Is it anyway?
I don't know why you would bring that up, John, except but like you always do, as to try to, it's like some type of humiliation ritual or something to say, well, look at her.
Well, you say he humiliated her. I didn't. I didn't even think about it that way.
Yes, he said her weave. If he's needed, because everyone knows that people use weave against black women as some type of, you're inferior because you don't have the hair like these other women have. So you wear weave. And so that's why that man said that to her. He went to humiliate her.
Well, Republic, you got to give me credit. That's why I wanted to make clear, did he call it weave or hair?
I don't even know if he said anything. He may have gestured. That's the word I want to use. Gestured to let her know.
That's not what you said, though, John.
Right. So, okay, yeah.
Because that's what you would think. Because John, you've done this before.
Because I said it was subtle. So what? He didn't say anything out loud. So let me rephrase. He gestured. Maybe he did this. Your hair. Whatever. I'm saying hair, but he's saying on the man's shoulder, and so she quickly got the hair off of the man with the tied shoulder.
Right, because she has a controlling male, black male, who she is like, oh God, let me move my hair. The fact that he would even say that she's sitting down there.
So you think? Wait a minute. Do you think he shouldn't have said anything?
I think he shouldn't have said anything. Why would he say anything about her hair on somebody? Who cares?
Brave, do you think he should have said anything?
It depends on if the white man didn't know it at all, and she was sitting there, and a whole bunch of her hair was on his shoulder. Yeah, I'd probably say, oh, hey, my dear, the stranger probably doesn't appreciate, your hair being on his shoulder. I mean, it's not as if anything even happened.
She would have noticed if a huge lock of her hair would drink across.
That's correct. You are correct, Republic.
It's not even seem to be the case, but look at the way both of these men are saying. That black male knew what he was doing. You know what, y'all? When I worked, the city I used to live in before I moved, I would go to. I just wanted to ride the train because it was exciting. Because we didn't have a train like y'all do. Like our city got it because it was like, okay, let's see what a train would be like. I remembered how some of the black males, especially black males, would behave on trains. They would look at people. You better not sit next to me. Do you see how black people's behavior in the train makes white people uncomfortable? So the fact that these men are sitting like that, and that man probably made a comment, or he was looking at her, staring at her, and this is what the results are. So you can draw up all kinds of memes, but I see that they were looking at him like, you know what? Oh God, we're sitting next to this woman. He's made comments about her touching us, or part of us touching, so they both turned away. So again, that's what I'm saying with this. That's what I'm saying with it, John. And I know you get a kick out of this kind of stuff because that's the result you were hoping for it to be. And I know that, like I said, BeBrave has made plenty of comments that he again. I see y'all in the same vein.
But I'm a little bit siding with you here. I'm saying probably there's a chance this guy was trying to humiliate her.
But it happens a lot with black men. Do you know how many times I've been on a panel? Sometimes just me, and everybody knows that I'm with a white man, and they'll even make fun of our ages because he's 71. I'm almost 53, y'all. So what they'll do is they'll say stuff like to another white man, "Would you want a black woman? You don't want no black woman." It's always a black man doing that. And what I've always found is that when it's a certain type of white man, of course, they understand that type of white man is going to say that because they're like them. They think like that. But I'm saying for black women who are you just good old, nice, decent black women, I just want you to realize your problem usually isn't typical white man or white women. It's going to be black men. And John, I'm sorry to have to say, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I mean it because I've never seen this except for black men.
Well, that's a very
I want black women to stop doing it.
I don't think John would disagree with that statement at all. John,
disagree.
Huh? Who's the biggest? Who is the black woman's biggest problem? It's the black man.
Yeah.
Nobody disagrees with that.
Brave, I'm gonna end the stream off with
all
this.
right, buddy.
No, hold on. I want you to comment on this, Brave, before we get out of here. I was going through a little history, Brave, and I couldn't believe this, and I mentioned this to you, and I think this is it.
Prove to the white man that he.
Wait a minute.
I saw this tweet on Twitter and it really intrigued me here. I want you to take a look at this. This is when the time when white people can really be honest about how they thought about blacks. You can see that they didn't hate blacks. They probably don't hate blacks now. But living around blacks is something wholly different. I want you to take a look at this video. This is probably from the 50s or the 60s. And here's the
man that he can live like the white man, then we will accept them.
And the only thing that scares me is the neighborhood all getting bad. And if we ever wanted to sell, naturally your house depreciates and it's color get in.
If they move in, the next step we have to accept is intermarriage.
We can be sociable with them and work. We can get along with them and joke with them.
Sure.
But when we leave our job and we're on our way home, we want them to go in their direction, and we can go in ours.
Homes in this Philadelphia suburb sell for $10,000 to $11,000, and the people of Fallcroft call them their dream houses. Until recently, it was all white. Then, Horace Baker, his wife, and little girl moved in.
Wow.
Okay.
I think they call them niggers in the background, Brick.
Oh, hell yeah, they were. What are they doing there? Go somewhere else. Jesus Christ.
What did he say? What these white people play? What the white folk want freedom from, bro?
What those black people are going to bring to their neighborhood, probably.
We want freedom.
Dysfunction. Ability to walk down the road safely like they can now. See, that's the shame. That's the shame of this. where when blacks move into a white neighborhood, it's not the blacks that those two blacks. They know what follows. Without fail, they know what follows.
We want freedom, Brave.
Yeah.
Freedom of what? Association, I guess. Is that what they're asking for? Freedom of association?
Like they want to think, and the freedom of association, and they know what they're up against. I just don't understand in them days why in the hell blacks would move where you're not welcome like that. I just couldn't imagine if a bunch of blacks didn't want me to live there, me going, never mind, I'm moving in.
I'm moving in anyway.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that.
I couldn't imagine that, bro.
But then again, oops, there's white areas that are affordable where white trash live, that you can afford a home that the white trash haven't destroyed. So see, you can live around white trash. These poor black people going to this white neighborhood, they couldn't live around their black trash. That's the whole crux of the matter.
Nor can they open up any kind of business.
They could not live around their black trash. They had to get away from them. So this is what follows them.
Man, the black trash had to be real bad to deal with this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That black trash had to be terrible.
Sure.
John, you're closing out. I just wanted to make a closing statement.
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay. I'm just saying, I think that what happened in that era, because again, most of the black people, because I was fortunate to know 3 great grandparents. 2 I was raised by. I told y'all about that after my parents divorced before I've told y'all about that before, but I watched as black people had businesses. My family had a washateria and a restaurant. And then my grandmother became a nurse, and her husband helped put her through school. So all the black people I knew were like, they were doing really well. So I will say this: I think that's whatever the civil rights was. I think that was something that was forced. It wasn't organic, and perhaps black people and other people would have moved together and lived together organically. Would have happened, but this was something forced. It was political. So I'll say that. The next thing I want to say is that I believe white people were also scare tactic. If there was a scare tactic into whatever is black is going to be lower class, because a lot of, again, this is about status. Sometimes things are a class issue. It's not about just because you're black, you're lower. So I've known what I've called white trash, and they look at me when I, especially in nursing, when I come around, they're like, oh gosh, move your car, make sure it's nice for her to park here. So again, this is a class issue at times. So I think black people especially black men, I think that look at white people as way better than them. I don't think black women see it that way as much. So John, if you ever wanted to have a conversation on that, that would be a good topic.
We definitely do it. Just hit me off. All right, we'll set it up for sure. I come up with some topics.
And I know I talked a lot, you all. I'm wordy. I apologize for that. I always have been. And I could be more concise.
Keep you more concise next time. We'll keep you more
and you'll never meet anybody meaner than Republicans.
I'm not mean.
Yes, you are.
I'm not, but I do say
you tore my feelings into pieces today.
Be brave. The things you said on here about black women, I will say that I don't give a shit.
I got it coming.
Yeah.
I deserve whatever the hell I get, don't I, Republic?
This is gonna be interesting, Brave. Here's a. I want you to hear this part of it. I mean, look what these blacks had to go through to live in a white neighborhood. Jesus Christ! Again, the black neighborhood must have been hell on earth to go through this.
Well, the beauty of it is they lived through it. And meaning that's probably more than not they're going to live through it. Go ahead as a white person and go into a black area that's just trashed out and crazy with crazy black people. See how long
particularly when they're telling you that you're not wanted. You're not going to last very long.
That's right. Yeah.
They're going to firebomb you.
The white magnificent comes through. Actually, this had to happen though.
It sort of just seems like a nightmare because you were only trying to move into a home in which you'd purchased, and you weren't trying in any way to interfere with anyone else's life or their property.
They could have moved in 6 o'clock in the morning. They just got in there without anybody seeing them. But they waited till 5 o'clock at night, early in the.
So you hear this? She said they waited to.
Yeah, it's pity, sorry. It has nothing to do with poor little innocent black people. It has nothing to do with no matter where they go, shit erupts. Jesus Christ. God damn, that's fucking sickening.
Well, you heard the lady say they could have moved in at 6 in the morning. Nobody even known. These blacks wait around to the end of the day and then move in.
Well,
morning they could just snuck in there. Why didn't they do that?
Well, they're pushing too hard. They're pushing the white people too hard, and something's got to be done.
The newly appointed block captains of Delmar Village meet. Their purpose? To keep the people of the village informed and freeze out the bakers. No white in Fallcroft has spoken out in defense of the bakers.
We always fight when our backs are against the wall. I work with colored people. They're wonderful. I think they're great. I mean, the people working for me, but I can't see them living on my doorstep because they have proved nothing to me.
Because they have what?
Woo! That white man said, look, I ain't got nothing against you colors. You work for me, but you prove nothing to me to be worthy of living next door to me.
I think they're great. I mean, the people working for me, but I can't see them living on my doorstep because they have proved nothing to me.
At that time, just go look where their poor live. That's all nothing more needs to be said. Go look where poor blacks live. And blacks don't control their poor trash. White control poor white trash. Blacks do not control poor black trash. Look where black trash lives. They got a leg to stand on.
These are not rich white people, Brady.
I know it. I'm
saying these are not rich white people.
I know that.
He might be kind of lowly poor white.
There could be some in there. Yeah, there could be.
I mean, these houses cost $10,000 even back then.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
Probably had richer and more
There's a world of difference. This is my whole agenda on stream. There's a big world of difference between white trash and black trash, and fine, upstanding black people have to understand it. Or shut the fuck up if you don't want to understand it, because it's a reality. Your black trash fuck everything up they touch.
I think we going up above the black trash now, Bray. We've gotten into the Izzy Band territory. I wouldn't say he's black trash, but boy, his mindset is of black trash. I'll put you on mute. Is that Republican? I'll put you on mute. Sorry. I want you to listen to this, Bray.
I think they're getting paid to move.
What? What did he say?
He's right.
Because they have proved nothing to me.
I think they're getting paid to move.
You hear that little boy?
Yeah.
What that little boy said? He said, I think them blacks getting paid to move.
You know what they talk around at that dinner table, at that house.
This is how whites felt about you blacks integrating their neighborhood.
You see that the men said they proved nothing to me. And the question I have for the blacks, have the blacks ever improved the white neighborhood that they forced themselves in?
And Brave, in your 71 years, have you ever seen blacks move into the white neighborhood and improve it?
Never.
Never seen what improve?
Never. Never. If they move in, it's over. Because when a black person moves into a gated community, that's a whole different thing. We're talking about common folk. Blacks, wherever they go among common folk, is nothing but a cancer wherever they live. It's a cancer. Even if they're fine, upstanding individuals themselves, it's what will follow them because blacks have no control over their black trash. The black trash controls the black culture.
Brave, how you think this young boy is saying these words? These powerful words.
That dude right there, that dude's probably 14 years old at the most.
The blacks. Have the blacks ever improved the white neighborhood that they forced themselves into? They demanded that the government allow name more competent and take
I'm sure is only coming here for one reason. That's to bust the neighborhood down. Discourage.
Did you hear that, Brave?
Yeah.
I'm sure is only coming here for one reason. That's to bust the neighborhood down.
God damn. Damn.
Discourage the white person. Stop the whites from moving into the area. And hope that.
I didn't even think about that. Damn, one black might stop other whites from moving in. Because you know where the neighborhood's going.
Hell yes. My God, are you kidding
Think
me?
about that.
Are you kidding me? Jesus, crying out loud.
So these white people are more or less saying just one of them is going to destroy their property values because it's going to prevent other white people from moving in.
And not only that, but it's what comes in after them, and there's a good chance that the other blacks are going to be dingbat goddamn crazy.
Damn.
Because of their culture.
Damn, that man, this is something.
It'll be converted to a Negro integrated development.
Boy, we ain't heard white men speak like this in 20 years.
Longer than that.
Not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. What has the Negro race done for their country since 19?
Brave, man, where is these white men going, Brave? God almighty. Where has this white man gone?
They're gone.
What's happened to them? Huh?
Hush money. People are paid so well they can't say anything, and they don't want to lose their jobs.
Jesus Christ. Man, hey, this is what 50 years ago, give or take?
Mm-hmm.
I know, but we've done a lot. We have done an awful lot.
And that is, listen to white folks talking about what they done done.
Hey, hold on. Let me say something a little Miss Badass Republic Room here. Hey, Republic Room. If I didn't want you up here, you wouldn't have been up here. So you got to thank me for letting you up too. When we're doing a co-host like this, and I'm guaranteeing you, it's per my approval, young lady. So you can thank me for letting you up too.
Man, you know, this is some honest talk from the white people brave. You know what I found interesting is that this also happened in Atlanta, in an area called Cascade, where the whites did it there too. Was it, put up a big protest?
It's all over the It's all over the
I imagine it was all over the country.
Yeah.
And these whites are saying, man, look, listen at the self-assuredness of these whites.
What you can do for you.
I mean, why
Republic says, "Oh, that's not the flex you thought it was, Brave." Oh, yes, it was, Republic. Because if I don't want somebody up here, John's got a choice to make. It's me or that person.
Be brave for the way there. Hey, listen to these white folk, Brave.
Just like John on my channel. John ain't going nowhere.
Brave, I'm just amazed at these white people talking like this.
But ask what you can do for your country. What has the Negro race done for their country since 1960? I know, but we've done a lot. We have done an awful lot.
And that is a very true, true. What every world is.
It really is
The
amazing.
thing about that, John, is that the people that talk like that now are just really the whites that have nothing to lose and at the bottom.
Yeah.
The whites that like this guy, middle class, they're not. No, they can't say anything. Look at those two white men sitting next to that black lady on that train. They were mortified. They were frozen. They knew better. Don't make a fucking move.
Yeah.
Look at the black woman sat back, nice and relaxed.
Brave, you don't think it is? Again, I think with that black woman, and I know you want to point out her body and all this, and you very well she.
I can't help it, John. She might have had she looked like she could have had a little kick-ass little body under them clothes, and I'm telling you, that goes a long way.
But I'm telling you what goes.
She might be a little sweetheart, just as soft around the edges as can be, with a nice little body. That big old tall black man, hell, that was everything in his world, man.
I'm telling you, brave. One with a hairline starting in the middle of her head.
Yeah, not good.
It's hard, because again, she takes that weave off at night with him.
Yeah.
You see what she really looked like. And she got to be hard to look at, Brave. You don't think so?
Oh no, I'm sure she's hard to look at, but then again, it depends on. I'm a body man, dude. I'm telling you. My girls were nice looking, but they don't want. It's that body. It's that body that counts. Got to have that hourglass.
No, that face got to be within. That face got to be within reason, though, Brave.
I don't know. I wonder sometimes because I've never had I've never had to push it, but I wonder how ugly I could take. Because if she's got a nice body, and she was a real sweetheart, John.
A 30-year-old Brave. That's a 30-year-old Brave.
I think if she had a really nice body and just a sweet sweetie, she could be pretty damn ugly. I mean, I've never had to try it, but I'm telling you, I like my face, but I'm just saying.
Man, I can't take them ugly. Brad, I can't take them.
You can't take the face.
If they take that weave off, I could probably tolerate a weave if she's pretty. You know, because that ain't permanent. But that face is permanent.
Yeah, she was not. She didn't have any. She didn't have. Like I said, boy, ooh-wee. She was sitting there looking slim. That's why I always got to hold back. Now just hold on a minute. Just hold on a minute. Shit, she fucking lifted up and got that perfect little hourglass under there and shit. She got some nice little titties that are still firm and dense and up high. And I'm going, oh shit, come here, my brown sugar. You're my girl.
Let me put her back up on the screen.
Girl, I'll make a little girl like that feel like the most beautiful woman in the world.
Oh, Brave. Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think you can work magic with that, Brave?
It depends. I'm telling you. I think I don't know. It depends on if she was real sweet and that body was real nice. I'm telling you that face wouldn't set me down.
But let me get a drink of water.
Yeah. No, folks, this is what we're up against in this culture, and we're not catching on to it. Black trash is destroying everything about black culture, and the fine, well-reasoned, upstanding black people are the ones suffering.
Oh shit, bro! I gotta show you my new bike, bro. Let me.
Oh yeah. Before we get out of here, yeah. John got a new electric bike. New to him. Yeah, I want to see that. No, Vanta, I don't have jungle fever. I just, when a little lady's soft and sweet and she's got the right curves, that face just is not the most important thing to me. It just, and maybe it's because I've never had to deal with really homely female, but I think I could. I ain't lying, folks. In my younger days, if that body was there and that attitude was right and she was soft and sweet, I think I could have said, yeah, that face we'll make it work, darling. You got pictures of your bike or you got it in the house with you there?
Yeah, let me show you my new bike, Brave. I took a picture of the damn the brand, and I show you. I pull it up. This is it right here, Brave. This is the brand right here. You see it? Calcoff.
Okay.
Calcoff or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And so here's how it looks. Calcoff. Yeah, that's it. And then it's this. Yeah. I think it's this one. It's this one right here. You see it up close. This is it right here.
We need a full room shot, man.
Oh yeah, I should have, man. I just want to take a picture of the brand so I could pull it up for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, tires aren't big enough for me, John. I like them 20 inches and 4 inches wide and 20 inches high.
No, I ain't one of those big fat ass tires because I can't get it on the bus. But here's the bike.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, see, that's where the 20-inch tires would come in handy. But yeah, you're right. Bus riding. Oh my goodness.
You know, I can put it on the front of the bus.
How much does that weigh? Do you think? Have you weighed it?
It's 55 pounds.
Yeah. The little electric bikes I'm talking about, they weigh about 60 pounds. Not bad.
And so this one has it doesn't have a chain. It has a belt for the chain. You ever seen that before?
You know what? No, but you know what, John? Buddy, I don't want to discourage you, but I'll tell you what.
What?
That's just more shit to go wrong.
But he said I was reading that the chain very rarely comes off relative to like the other chain. You don't have to oil it the way you have to oil the other chain too.
Yeah, I know. You got to remember too, though. I guess I'm coming from a point where my bike, it's not like I don't ever ride it in any bad weather.
Oh yeah.
None of my bikes have even went through a mud puddle. None of my bikes have even been on wet pavement.
Damn. So look at the price of the bike, $5,700. You see it?
Wow.
I got it for $900. And he gave me at least $200 worth of like accessories and shit.
Well, John's fortunate. That bike doesn't look tricked out, so that bike might not get stolen. I'm full of it on that one. Hey, how many miles you think is on it? Did he say?
It's like 178 miles.
That's pretty new.
Mm-hmm.
An electric
the guy
bike.
said he had been in storage for years. He had never even really ridden it. He said he just wanted to give it away to somebody that could use the bike. Yeah. And so he sold it to me. Yeah. So it's interesting. Speaking of riding bikes, here's something for you before we get out of here. It is a good riding bike story.
I appreciate that totally because John was keeping it real, first of all.
Yeah, I was paying $100 a day.
Yeah, damn. That's it.
Shit.
I was just living in a hotel for about 4 months, so I was paying $3,000 a day.
Damn, for what, a month?
Yeah, I was paying $100 a day.
Yeah, damn. It is a lot.
Yeah, that was a lot. So, but at the time, I didn't have the chance to, settle down and get a spot. I just had a lot going on.
Yeah.
So I just moved to this joint. This joint was $1,000 a month, so it gave me some breathing room so I could save some money and continue working.
But who do you pay the rent to?
I pay the rent to like the program manager.
Was he like part of DC government or what?
No, it's like just two females who started their own program. I really can't tell what it is. It's like they just bought a building and turned it into a bunch of rooms and they rent the rooms out.
Damn, it's interesting.
They said they got like wraparound services, like they had like financial classes here. And they do like different little services and stuff. They let people use their address and need the ID or anything like that.
Oh, okay. Okay, damn.
Things like that. It's the two females they started their own business and bought this building and rented it out. But it's cool. But like I said, I got kids. I don't want to bring my kids over and the room. It's $4,000, but it's just so small.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm sharing it with someone that's right next to me.
Jesus Christ.
And people call me a slumlord, Brave.
Son of a bitch.
$1,000 in a room with somebody else.
The room is just so small. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so you got a private room, but the room just real close to somebody else's room, or what?
So basically what they have is they have private units and they have shared units.
Yeah.
So the shared units is $1,000 and the private units is $1,500. My only thing with the private unit is I don't want to pay $1,500 for a private unit when I could get a whole apartment or a whole basement. You know what I'm saying? I could get something more with my money, more space with my money. So that's the only reason why I did the shared.
Man, I'm surprised they're able to pull that shit. I'm surprised they're able to pull that shit off in DC, bro.
Well, it must be in a hell of a goddamn good neighborhood for $100 a day.
No, that's what he was staying in, the hotel, a motel.
Oh, a motel, okay. Oh, I see.
But then he moved to this building run by these two black girls.
All right, yeah.
Where they're charging him $1,000 a month to share a room with someone else. And they said, we have services, quote unquote.
Better than $3,000 a month.
Huh? Yeah, it's better than $3,000. But you're sharing a room with somebody, right? And so this is his living arrangement.
I can't comprehend any of it. I don't. Jesus Christ.
Now listen to what he does for a living. That shit sound damn near illegal. They must be tied in with the government or something.
Yeah. Man, I don't know.
Have they been providing you wraparound services too?
So they say they do, but I've been ahead. That's what they say they do.
But you ain't seen it.
Yeah, basically.
Bree, do you know what wraparound services are?
Fuck no, I'm white. What the fuck?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I gotta talk to you like a black man, a white man. So wraparound services is where they basically help people with getting the ID, how to pay your bills.
Oh my God. Grown fucking adults?
This man got kids, man.
Oh man.
Right. So these black women are likely getting paid to house people and telling the government we provide him with wraparound services. We help him. All they really doing is probably helping him get an ID by providing him an address. And this is
hopefully they're at least telling them, calling them names like you're in a mild way. You're an idiot. It's nothing to pay your fucking bills if you just stop and think about. Don't pay out more than you fucking bring in. God fucking damn. Like complicate everything. Grown fucking men needing fucking help with paying fucking bills.
Listen, bro.
I guarantee you, don't get a white man, grown fucking man. If he decides to fucking, do what he needs to do, he's kind of got a fucking, kind of keys in on, I probably need to pay my bills. Ain't complicated. Jesus Christ.
You get referred there.
I found it on Instagram.
Oh, that shit on Instagram?
So that's the next thing, Brave. A lot of blacks are on Instagram. So people who are like basically dragging the bottom of the river for these poor blacks so they can make money off of it. You have to go where they are. I don't even advertise on Instagram. I didn't even know the blacks were over there like that. But that's where they're going. It's like lowest common denominator advertising. What you
be looking for housing on Instagram now?
So it was like an ad that popped up. It was like an ad that popped up. And I was like, what's this?
No shit. Okay.
We had to pay
I didn't know that shit, but yeah, man.
Say what, Ray?
He paid $1,000 a month and shared bathrooms and kitchen.
Shared bedroom.
Right, he shared a bedroom, and then there was a common bathroom and kitchen also.
Yeah.
Wow. $1,000 a month, and you're still fucking sharing kitchens, bathrooms, and fucking bedrooms. Don't people understand? Maybe it's time just to get the fuck out of Washington, D.C. if you're a bottom feeder. God damn. Wow.
Oh, Brave. But see, you know why they don't leave, Brave? You want to know why they don't leave, Brave?
Yeah.
You want to know why they don't leave, Brave?
John, my guess is there's too many fucking programs to fucking to take care of like children with.
You want to know why they don't leave, Brave?
Yeah, why?
Look.
Hey, what the fuck is this? You giving that free food over here? That free food, I just
This across from the Popeye, Brave. Look, I'm right in front of the Popeye. You see it? I'm right at the Popeyes. Right behind me is the Popeyes.
It's a long line of mo.
Oh, damn.
One, two, three, four.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
One, two, three, four, five. Wow, damn! Hey, what the fuck is this?
This is across from the Popeyes, Brave.
They giving that free food at this motherfucker.
Master Kim.
See what they giving us.
I'm gonna get rolling up out of here, buddy.
Hey, Brave.
Hey, BeBrave.
Hey, Master Kim.
Good podcast. I've been
no shit. What they be
it's
giving
very
us?
interesting.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with John and Brave on the same channel.
That's right.
Oh, it may not be the most magnificent stream, but I'll guarantee you, if you got John and Brave on the channel, you got fucking talk about real life shit, man.
Look at that free food line, Brave. Look at that free food line, Brave.
You don't get that on any other stream. You don't get this shit, folks. John's showing you the real life.
You see that free food, Brave? That's hot food. That's a hot plate right there.
hot plate, free food.
Right across from the Popeye's chicken.
And still blacks are complaining like, oh, poor us. I'll see you guys later, fellas.
All right, bro.
Yep,
All
take
right.
care, BeBrave.
All righty, Master Kim.
You know the crazy thing about this Mexican is like all these people are here get food stamps. Guarantee you. Every fucking one of them people get food stamps. Every one of them, bro.
Yeah,
and here you have these organizations out here feeding these people hot meals. This is why they don't cook. This is why I explain to you, I don't even need to give them a kitchen. They don't cook. Bro, this shit is every day. If I go out there right now, there's somebody out there cooking food for these people. Further, taking away their own responsibility to feed themselves. You know what I mean? They ought to be left to starve. Who the hell owes you a hot meal? You know what I mean?
Yeah, John, earlier you'd had, gosh darn it, the young lady, I mean, I love her every time she's on.
Republic.
Republic is dope. I love her.
I know what you're about to say.
So one thing I was going to say, and this kind of gets overlooked, is a lot of these young men have caught a case, a dope charge or a case or something like that, and so they're relegated to having to work low unskilled labor. And I think that's important to notice, that these people are kind of trapped in this little weird area. However, I think that this unskilled labor is a springboard to teach these people, like people that go to boot camp in the Marines. I mean, they come back and really appreciate the organization skills that they learned. So I think that a lot of these young people have caught possession charges or some bullshit cases where they cannot move up the ladder at the Lowe's or Home Depot and stuff like that. And I'm using that as an example. And you never really mentioned that, John. And then if they got a bad work attitude, they're almost trapped.
Well, what I would say, Master Kim, is damn. Let me see. I want to find out where. I'm going to show you something. It's in that clip. Let me put the clip back up on the page, and I'm going to go through the transcript so it doesn't take me long. Here is. He said it here. I know how to find it. Oh, here it is.
That's just me working all day, every day.
There it is.
That's your main job, or you got another job too?
This is it right here.
From $150 to $250 a day.
What you do, Uber Eats or something? Man.
At the time, I'm like $1,000 is better than $3,000.
Yeah.
Because I do deliveries every day.
Okay.
Deliveries, I can range from $150 to $250 a day.
What you do, Uber Eats or something? What you do, Uber Eats?
I do something called GoPass.
Oh yeah, I heard of GoPass. Okay.
All right, so I can range from like $150 to $250 a day, but that's just me working all day, every day.
That's your main job, or you got another job too?
That's my main job.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, you got a car, you do bikes.
I do it on a bike.
Okay.
Nigga be on a bike. Straight hustling. Like, why don't you go to Popeye's Chicken? Be easier, right? But as I said, and BeBrave didn't agree with me, I don't think he can get in Popeye's Chicken. I think a lot of these black people will have a hell of a hard time getting a job at Popeye's Chicken. That's if they're willing to do it. No one wants to talk about that. The other thing is, I think,
John,
go ahead.
Also it's important, I think to not underestimate that the Latinos or the Mexicans have just been masters in culinary and food, even in fast food. They're like self-educating the craft to each other. So a lot of these Mexicans that may have worked at Olive Garden in the kitchen or you name it, they've got excellent food handling skills. They understand enough English when it comes to food safety and stuff. So that's pretty impressive that they've got this certain level of education set. And even at the Popeyes, they're, I'm sure that they understand the systems and understand the importance of it. So they're becoming so a lot of these high volume restaurants, you go in the kitchen, these are Latinos, and it's not like they're Latinos because they couldn't get a job anywhere else. It's that they're very skilled at it versus, I owned a restaurant shortly, and, I was the #1 dishwasher because I had problems maintaining, people in the kitchen normally catch cases, right? They're either felons or got gun charges or
Yeah.
whatnot.
Some kind of, yeah.
And I'm not trying to besmirch anyone, but yeah, however, the Latinos are a different sect. They're not working the kitchen because they got felonies and shit. They're working the kitchen
Yeah.
because
No,
they
you're definitely
understand
right
that
about that.
craft. And of course, I'm saying very big generalizations.
Yeah.
So by me being the #1 dishwasher, it was, that's what owners do. I didn't make a damn penny. I had my waitresses hitting on me. It was really weird. I was in my I wasn't 40 yet, but I had these like fine looking girls hitting on me. I didn't understand it. And then it dawned on me, I'm the owner. They're trying to shoot game at me just for the sake of wanting to fuck the owner. I didn't, nothing like that, of course, but it was weird. Just, it's like, am I being punked? These good looking waitresses hitting me and shit.
Mexican, I've had restaurant owners call me, as I think about it now, they were looking to rent rooms for their employees. They want to put them in a room together, two guys. And, like there's all kind of organized, like prostitution, there's organized labor going on down on the streets. And when I see something like this, this is why I say I think it is very difficult to break into a work environment when it's almost exclusively Hispanic, because someone had to find these Hispanics and hire them. Look at this. This is all Hispanic. I think there's one black person in here working the window, but all Hispanic. Look at this. And you know exactly where this is. This is Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, Mexican. And those people, I think, are more inclined to hire their own. This is just my thoughts. What do you think, Mexican?
Oh yeah, I think so. Not only because of the network, like you mentioned, but the reliability. They know that person is going to show up. I will say this, unrelated to Popeye's Chicken, and again, I mean, other than I like Latino babes, although I'm happily married, they got some fine ass women. Aside from that, Latinos are excellent when it comes to meats. They know how to devein a meat. They know how to cut up chicken. They know how to cut up beef. And unlike an American, they just don't have the same skill of knowing how to devein. When it comes to like beef, and please forgive me, I forget the pieces that we buy, that we got to devein them, otherwise an American's going to choke on it.
Yeah.
These Spanish people and Chinese people are excellent of knowing how to handle the meats and how to cut it, and versus I'd have an American cut chicken and meat, and they're just cutting big glops of fat off with good meat and just wasting a lot. The waste is tremendous. So, and I'm so sorry, I don't mean to jump ship real quick and move the goalposts, but yeah, I can see where they're hiring their own people because of the reliability factor.
Yeah, it becomes a matter of ease of communication. If you have a 9 Hispanic people and 1 English person, they're going to be mostly speaking Spanish at some point. When they're communicating with each other and working, it becomes, that is their first language. Why wouldn't they speak it when they're talking?
John, and just real quick, just to put things in perspective, so that MLK Boulevard, just again, the foot traffic, the people just hanging out, it's almost like Times Square. It is, and I don't mean Times Square I mean, these are not all dope fiends and poor people. I mean, it's like a bustling, couple mile area. And it's absolutely strange where the foot traffic and human beings outnumber the car traffic. There's good car traffic, but it's off the hook. I mean, obviously, when I went and up and down those neighborhoods, I was trying to look for a place for like a vape shop or give Omar some give Omar some heat, or who's the guy is it Omar that owns the smoke shops, or is that a different guy? And Omar
he runs the smoke shop, yeah.
Yeah, but Omar also runs a nightclub, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, damn.
They're connected to each other. They're like right next to each other.
Omar's just got too much stuff cracking.
He's connected again. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, all these groups are coming here and they're forming networks. And it's like you said, if your employer steals from you, I can't remember exactly what you said, but it's kind of your fault, right? And so they hire people very close to them. And he's, clearly he's one of them and they can trust him. I mean, this guy has big money. Bro.
Yeah, but they're also dangling, if let's say Omar had more family come over from from the old country, wherever that is, Egypt or Tunisia or
Mm.
whatever, then Omar is then going to be pressed to have to open up his own spot. So guess who
Yeah.
he's going to help? The guy that he's working with, right? To do like a joint partnership, because one store can only handle such a big family, right? So let me say one thing too, John. And again, I hate to keep on harping on catching cases. And you and I talked offline where that my family threw everything in the kitchen sink to make sure I didn't catch a case over some bullshit, because lottery license, liquor licenses, all these licenses you have in your name, or so when an opportunity comes up, the state of Virginia, I'm using Virginia as just an example, or DC, they want to know what's your background and where did you get your money. They're hyper aware of cartels and mafia mob influence, trying to get tobacco licenses, liquor licenses, beer and wine, lottery, gambling, all those licenses. You have to be clean as hell, and they trace your money and everything. So the point I'm trying to mention, that's where the Omars, the Indians, all these guys have it good, is because they're not stealing lawnmowers from Home Depot. They're
Hey,
not
look at this
doing
Mexican.
shady shit.
To your point, the same people that own Omar's smoke shop, they went in business with a black guy, and they opened up a smoke shop over here in the black side of town. As you can see, it was on Martin Luther King, right? No Man's Smoke Shop, Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast, were both shuttered due to their continued illegal operations. Authorities seized 36 pounds of cannabis, cocaine, methamphetamine. And so basically they went in business with a black guy and expanded their operations. And this is what he immediately began to do. Drugs, guns. Yeah, I know the guy. It's him right here. And so this is what you were speaking of there.
Yeah, versus if it were just Omar's people, is he Turkish or what exactly is Omar? I'm sorry, is
Moroccan.
Moroccan. Okay, same thing, or as far as like Tunisian. So if he had his own people, if they did some gangster shit, if I can say the S word, they can do it better, because they're not out trying to get hosed 3 o'clock in the morning. They're not trying to sell cocaine. They're not they're able to mix legitimate business activity with illicit activity. They're able to mix it together, or they know the lines that they don't cross. If they do this or that, but they pay all their taxes on time. In fact, they overly pay in taxes. So it's almost like they just don't go full retard. Can I say that word? They know to
this
hold
guy.
back.
Yeah, this guy, he really, they had gone in business with him. They allowed him to run the shop. He didn't have the money to open the shop, but he ran it like Omar did. But instead of doing it like Omar, he decided to get into illicit activities, as you can see here. And so he's going to jail, and Omar is still out about doing this thing. That's it. Is you see the squander opportunities even when they get a chance. You see this?
Yeah.
Hey, Mexican, what did you think about what Izzy said?
Well, I didn't. I've watched bits and pieces, and Izzy's kind of caught in a situation where he has to speak to his crowd, and his crowd are not a bunch of people that are trying to. I don't think Izzy's crowd, as well as Angry Man, and you're going to hate me for this, I don't think that they're trying to solve anything. I think that people go there for entertainment and all of that stuff, But if Izzy is influential, which I think he is, he could be given the wrong message. But I'm not sure he holds himself out there to be the ambassador of trying to.
Well, he tends to talk high and mighty, he gives out good advice and stuff. But when you listen to him say something like this blew my mind.
No.
I can't answer that question.
No. Before you go there, it's Hispanic people, correct?
Right. Okay. Now, can I ask you a question? Why do you think that is?
Because so-called fast food places, as a grown ass person that has real bills to pay, is demeaning.
What? That blew my mind. He said that. Couldn't believe it.
Well, John, can I comment? So, and again, I'm not trying to defend him. I did not watch the full show, and I'll go back and watch it. But yeah, generally speaking, I think one should be humble enough, even if they're a 4-year, got a college degree or whatnot, humble enough to start at the bottom. And in many times, if it's fast food, it's fast food. And I think that Izzy's dialogue works on stable middle class people. But if you're below middle class, that could poison your brain, because then you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna go chase that bag, And there's a lot of dummies out there that would, take things out of perspective, And again, I'm not trying to defend Izzy at all. I would recommend anyone roll up their sleeves and grab a shovel, start at the bottom. If it's something that they aspire to want to grow into, learn as much as you can, almost for free. Which is like BeBrave said earlier, I'll do it for $5 an hour, and by the end of 3 weeks, helping you with that roof shit, I'm good enough to quit your ass and go get a real roofing job, earn $32 an hour. Again, learn everything I can, learn the contractors, where they buy all their supplies, blah blah blah.
What's interesting? My first job out of college was I worked in Long John Silver's. And it was, I guess you could say, a little bit humbling there, because I'm working with people who dropped out of high school. But you did it. I did it. It's now I look back at it and say, man, I'm glad I was willing to do it. But I had to do what I had to do. So I don't really get that mindset that the Izzy Bands has of the world. One last thing I wanted to run past you, Master Kim, is something I thought about. I think the minimum wage is too high for the people, and it is priced a lot of people out. No one will say that. But I remember asking my buddy Johnny Boy, you remember him? I said, what's the minimum wage you would work for? And at the time he said, maybe $9. The minimum wage was much higher than $9, but he didn't care. He said, just give me something to do. I'll work for $9. But if the minimum wage is $17 and he's willing to work for $9, and he's probably only worth $9, setting the minimum wage at $17 an hour pretty much cuts him out of the workforce. When you say that's fair?
Yeah, it does, John. And again, this is crazy, where even at $16 an hour to work at Chick-fil-A or whatnot, and still these are it's going to put other people not, and it's just too high, right? And then you got people that are just, this is unskilled labor, and I don't think that they're able to now turn around to their menu and say, I know the state of New York, I think the minimum wage is $16 an hour. I don't think that they get to turn around to and raise their menu prices to compensate that. So it's at is it an inverse or an impasse where two things just aren't making sense, and,
Right.
and it doesn't make sense, and it's for $16 an hour, and you're looking at the quality of people you're getting. You're not getting, as Trump would say, you're the finest.
Right. And the minimum wage is really, I think it's right at $18 an hour. Right.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're going to start pulling people maybe a little bit above, like adults, to do that kind of work. That wage is just too high. The other thing I thought about was the 54-year-old lady, we'll end it on that. She was commuting from here, let's say where I am, to a lower wage state. That's very interesting. In that it's cheaper, the minimum wage is lower, say, outside of the city than it is in the city. So for her to go find work, she went outside of the city. Well, that costs more to transportation wise.
Yeah.
That's again how the poor person loses when the minimum wage is set higher, because he has to chase lower wages, which are typically going to be farther away. Very interesting.
Yeah, John, we'd had a conversation before, and kind of like the keys of success. And again, this is very, very crude. Don't ever miss a paycheck, even if it's working at the car wash, right?
Yeah.
Don't ever miss a paycheck. Don't have no kids, and don't catch a case. You're gonna be okay. Credit score is going to go up and down, and more money, less money. But I think as long as those things, don't have a kid, don't catch a case, whether you finish school or not becomes almost irrelevant to a degree, John, real quick, you had mentioned about the Chinese guy that owns a car wash and the Mexicans work for him. There was a car wash I was thinking about buying in Oxford, Michigan, off of, I forgot what road it was on, but what's a road called M24. And thank God I had my Arab buddies, and I'm saying Arab in a nice, affectionate way. They're called Chaldean Americans, Christian Americans. They look
I know you mean,
they look Italian. So my boy owns car washes, and I went to him and I said, "Hey, I'm thinking about buying this car wash that had a gas station attached to it because my specialty is gas station." And then he broke down. He goes, "Mike, you know, there's only 120 good days for a car wash because the rest are snowy days and rain days." Or he broke down the science, like in under 5 minutes, broke down the science of you need X amount of cars a day, and especially if you're paying all these, some suburban white people to get these good-looking kids to work for you to wipe down the cars, cost X. He broke it down, and I never factored in the snow days and the rainy days you're just not open. So your debt service is condensed to the days that you can actually do a car wash. And then he broke it down. You need 22 cars between this hour and this hour and this hour and all that. But the science of the business, and thank God I had one of my boys that was kind enough to share those economics of the car wash. The pizzerias have got their economics. The tanning salons and nail salons got their economics. So when you're on the outside of the loop, you don't know those economics.
Yeah,
so
it's very true.
So I wanted to kind of mention that. And it isn't because you're black or white or not Arabic or not Asian or whatnot. You can just be the unicorn, and they'll share with you those economics. I wasn't Arabic. I'm Korean and white. I wasn't
but you'd have been at a very big disadvantage had you bought that place not knowing that.
Yes,
right.
you're exactly right.
Right.
And people get their ass kicked. A lot of Americans do, black or white. They get the okie doke done to them. And the reason I wanted to mention that is, had I not known this guy, and this guy wasn't obligated to break me off some business or teach me anything, but he did, and it saved me from making a big fatal mistake. Because it was going to be under a land contract where I could buy the gas station, but I don't know all this extra stuff. But anyways, I just wanted to share that the business model of the car washes.
Before I get out of here, Master Kim, what did you think about the lady's weave being thrown on the man's excuse me, landing on the man's shoulder, and her boyfriend asking her to move her weave off of his shoulder? What did you think about that?
You know what? I've been watching your stream off and on. I may have missed that, but I'm going to go back and watch it. But please play it again if you got that time. If not, man, I'm going to go back and watch it.
I don't have a video, but basically I was on the train the other day, this morning. And so there was a black lady, and she got on the train, and her weave flew over onto this man that was sitting next to her. And her boyfriend, who was standing up next to her, he, subtly, suggested to her, move your weave off of this man's shoulder. You can see it.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. And then Republic came on. Yep, I saw that.
There's a Republic room thought that he was more than she had issue with him telling her. I didn't, I was there. I didn't think he didn't say anything out loud or anything like that. He just more or less gestured that her weave was on the man's shoulder. And she moved her weave. As you can see, it's not on his shoulder anymore. It looks like he may have moved too. Anyway, I just found it interesting. You ever had any weave fall on your shoulder before?
No, thank God. And if it did, I would just be quiet because it's not worth having any of that magic explode on me over a very simple thing that could be resolved. I would just be quiet. I'm part Asian, so that's just natural for me.
Anyway, I didn't take any problem with the guy letting her know that his weave was on her shoulder, but nevertheless, at Republic, she took offense to him saying that. So, anyway, you know what? I tell you what, Master Kim, before we get out of here, I keep saying that I got to look at the weather, see what the weather's like. I'm going to do a street interview one of these days. Where's the weather here? It'll probably be Saturday. How about that? Yeah, probably Saturday. What do you guys think? Saturday or Friday? What should we do? Friday or Saturday? What do you say, Master Kim?
Do it Saturday, because remember you've done the interviews before where, I think Saturday in the middle of the day where people just aren't in a rush, and I think you've had some great interviews, in my opinion.
Yeah, let's see what the weather's going to be. The weather is going to be Saturday. It's going to be 74 degrees. That's perfect weather. Yeah,
Nice.
that's perfect. All right. Sounds great. Any last words, Mr. Kim?
Oh, no. Thank you, John, for your time today. Very interesting. I'm going to go back and listen to a lot that was discussed earlier today. And thank you very much for your time, and look forward to seeing what's going on for tomorrow.
Sounds good. Saturday street interviews. Damn. Oh, we may get a phone call before I get out of here. I'll find my damn phone. Where the hell did I put my phone? Hope it's somebody looking to rent a room, Master Kim. Where the hell did I put my phone? Where the hell? Oh, it's in my back pocket. Is this somebody looking to rent a room? What the hell is this? Is somebody looking to rent a room, I'm sure. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Okay. See what she says here. Man. Hello? 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 Hey, what's up? How you doing? Sure. Yeah. What are you looking for? Yeah. What are you looking for? Yeah, we got a lot of rooms. Yeah. What type of room? You know, what part of town? Southeast, northwest? Say what? You need a room in nice size? We got full size beds. We got some decent sized rooms in Southeast. That's where you're looking. Congress Heights, MLK. Mm-hmm. Where you living right now? Oh. 14th Street. What, like Columbia Heights? You talking about like Columbia Heights? Oh shit, you downtown. Damn, what kind of program you in downtown? Okay, what, domestic violence or something? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, damn, you gotta go a long way out. Shit, about 40 miles. Okay. Damn, 40 miles. Damn. Okay, yeah. So you looking for a room? We got some rooms right now. Right on MLK. Real nice rooms too. You want to come today? You want to come today? You want to come tomorrow? You want to come tomorrow? Shit, whenever you want to do it. And so you work where at Dulles Airport? Okay, now look, we don't check credit, so you ain't got that to worry about. We don't check credit, so you ain't got that to worry about, right? Yeah, so it's we do weekly, bi-weekly, or every 2 months. They don't do monthly. Yeah. All right. So what time you want to come tomorrow? Yeah. Hey, look, send me a text right now. Let me know what time you want to come. I'm gonna respond back with the address, and we go from there. How much you make an hour? Okay, sounds good. All right, so that sounds good. Okay, so just send me a text right now, and then I get back with you. Hey, you ain't got no boyfriend in there, right? You need you just you? Is it just you, or you gonna have somebody with you? Okay, cool. All right. I mean, you can have company. I'm just asking, so I'll make sure I get you in the right place. But we got some real cheap rooms. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Yeah. So send me a text right now, and then I'll get back with you on the address, and then let me know what time you want to come. All right. Sounds good. All right. Good. Did anybody catch that? Did anybody catch it? It came right at the end. I said, you got a boyfriend or something, you know. And it's just, now it's just gonna be me start off with. You see that? So she got a boyfriend. It's just gonna be him to start off with. Then you come along 2 weeks later, and now I see some big burly ass black man sitting in the house all day. I gotta put both of them out where she get fired because she has to go. Again, the other point I've been making all day. Look how far she has to go to work, right? Look at the map, right? Look at the map. Where is DC? This is what I've been trying to explain to you. Look how far she has to go to work. This is where she's gonna be living, right? Look, right here. They say here. More or less here. And she going here. Basically, where's the airport? The airport probably like damn near. Where's the airport? Is it shit? Where's the airport? Where's the airport? How the hell do I do a damn directions? Where is the airport from here? But anyway, she's by here. And the airport is at least somewhere out in here. It might be up here somewhere. It's way out. Here it is. Damn. Look how far this shit is. Look how far this is. Have mercy. Here's where she wants to live. This is really where she can only afford to live. Here's where she works. Yo, that's 40 miles. 40 miles for $18 an hour. 40 miles, $18 an hour. Why doesn't she go work at the Popeye's Chicken right around the corner? That would be legitimate, right? It would be cheaper for her to work at the Popeye's Chicken. Just to commute alone would save her hundreds of dollars in time in her day. Hell, she could go work another part-time job. Doesn't do it, so there you go. And these are the disadvantages. These are the advantages that these people are squandering by not willing to work in their own neighborhoods. I mean, she's willing to live there, so half the battle has been solved. Primarily because it's the cheapest place she can live. In DC traffic, yeah. Well, she's catching the train. And so again, like, let's say if she were to catch the train, that's got to be $7 each way. $7 each way. $7. Let's see what that costs. $7. Trip planner. $7 each way. Let's see if she don't have to pay for the bus. So, see, Congress Heights Station to Dulles. The train goes straight to Dulles. Dulles Airport. Yeah. Say by train. And she leaves at 7 o'clock in the morning. Let's say 8 o'clock in the morning. 8 a.m. Today. Yeah. Plan my trip. I'm just curious to know what it costs. It's got to be at least $7. Got to be at least $7. $6.75. Yeah. $6.75. That's one way. So that's $13. That's what, $13.50. Every day she goes to work, right? And that's how long does it take? $93 minutes. That's an hour and a half. again, maybe better off just go eat Popeyes every day. That was just, what is this? Oh, it's a guy in a bigger room. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Joe? Hey, quick question.
Yeah.
Do you have any other rooms that are available that have a washer and dryer there?
Chris Askins, you can answer that question. Nah, we don't. The washing dryers, man, we can't do it, man. People don't know how to work washing dryers. They'll flood the whole damn place out if you let somebody use a washing dryer. But there's a laundromat. I don't know exactly where it is, but it should be one close to you on MLK somewhere. Right around here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know there's a laundromat close to here, but I mean it's not a big deal. If I absolutely have to, I can go to my grandpa's house to wash my clothes. But I was just wondering, so it's a little more, you know what I mean? And so I don't have to go so far and wash my clothes and stuff like that.
Yeah, you got a grandpa that live in the DC area?
What'd you say?
You got a grandpa that lives in the DC area?
No, I don't. My grandpa lives in Montgomery County, so I
Oh,
have to
okay.
go back out there.
Okay, damn, that's a long way to go to wash your clothes.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. But all right, I'll give you a call.
Man, you know, man, if you don't mind me asking, man, you one of the only white guys, one of the few white guys that live over here in Southeast like that.
I know, right? I mean, my sister's from out here, so
Oh.
you know what I mean. It's one of my favorite. I love coming out here, so you know what I mean. I'm going to UBC anyway, so I'm getting everything set up to go to college and stuff like that, go back to school and stuff. So
Yeah.
you know, it's all good. It's all right.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. The white dude. He lives on Martin Luther King. Yeah. One of the few white people. But he actually paid 2 months in advance. So, you know, most of these blacks can't do that. So that is the irony in all of that. He had more money than paid than most of these people. Anyway, guys, it has been a pleasure. It's been 4.5 hours here. John Galt, BeBrave. We always keep it rocking. And if you're interested, generational filth. You got the sweatshirt here. You can check out. I don't even know if they allow you to see our story until we get back demonetized. But who knows when? Who knows where? Either way it goes. Thank you for joining. I am John Galt, the urban landlord.
This nigga has a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast. I am the nigga John Galt. High ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, and living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had a violent freak. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drums got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, tight shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga John Galt. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain, now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga John Galt.